Chapter 41. Lin. Ron was finally enraged as he watched the petite, snow-white figure leave a beautiful trail of blood in the air. At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration as a familiar word appeared in his mind. Pornographic novel. Soul ignition. Soul ignition was a special method to stimulate the soul, thus raising the power of the soul to the limit in an instant to meet the requirements of using high-level necromancy magic. Being able to use high-level necromancy magic with low-level necromancy magic was very attractive to Ron. However, Homelin's warning was written at the back of the magic. This magic is forbidden magic and is extremely harmful to the soul. If it is light, you will lose all of your soul power. If it is heavy, you will directly become an idiot. Ron, this magic may destroy your life, but I still have to write it down. However, I hope you can use it with caution. Homelin. Ron had happily learned this forbidden magic when he saw that line of small words. It was too late for regrets, and he swore to never use it again. But now he had no choice but to use it. Since he was going to die, what was the point of having so many misgivings? Ron's eyes burned with the flames of revenge. All right, Guderian. Even if I, Ron, die, I won't let you have it easy. Ron took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. His originally chaotic mind gradually calmed down. He stretched out his hands and bent his fingers into a claw. A green flame like energy directly appeared in his hands. His body also emitted a green light. Devil hidden in the depths of hell, I am willing to use my life as the price to exchange for great power. Come, soul ignition. At this time, a shrill scream came from the depths of Ron's soul. His soul felt as if it had been thrown into a raging fire. The sharp pain that came from the depths of his soul almost made Ron lose control. He clenched his teeth, and traces of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, as if it had been drenched in water. Blue veins were exposed, popping up one after another. It was clear that he was enduring inhumane torture. Soul ignition tested a person's willpower, but fortunately, Ron didn't have any other strong points, but his willpower was incomparably firm. The spell took effect, and Ron's soul power suddenly expanded. His soul also expanded to an unimaginable level. Wisps of soul power crazily overflowed from his body and formed a huge energy vortex above his head. Not far away, Lin, who had been hit by Guderian's attack, crawled up with difficulty. Her limbs kept shaking. Even if the ice shield blocked Guderian's attack, the power contained within it still burst out. Lin crawled up with difficulty and spat out a mouthful of blood. She raised her head and glared at Guderian with her blood-red eyes. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Hateful human, our Thousand Illusion Ice Wolf Clan's patriarch is a powerhouse of the sacred domain. If he knew that I died at the hands of a hateful human like you, he wouldn't let you off." Guderian froze for a moment before a trace of killing intent appeared on his face. Compared to humans, the clans of the Kingdom of Magic Beasts were extremely powerful and had as many powerhouses as there were clouds. Due to the relatively small number of clan members, they attached great importance to geniuses with noble bloodlines. In human history, the powerful Kingdom of Magic Beasts had led their powerhouses to the human domain to demand the murderer, but in the end, the humans had always conceded. Then it's even more impossible to keep you alive. Misty Lin, if you died in the dark forest, I don't think your patriarch would know, right? Guderian approached with a grim smile. Misty Lin, if you're willing to be my magic pet, I'll consider sparing your life. In order for a magic beast to become a human's magic pet, they had to sign an equal contract. Once the contract was signed, they would be protected by the rules of this world. Both parties could not be enemies, otherwise they would be punished by the rules. Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than become your magic pet. Lin gnashed her teeth and said, deep hatred flashing in her eyes. Then there's no other way. Miss Lin, I'll let you sleep in this beautiful forest forever. Guderian's face darkened. The sledgehammers in his hands emitted a milky white light, and divine power filled his entire body. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something in his heart. He jerked his head back and saw the strange scene of Ron. A tall figure riding a bone horse appeared in front of Guderian. He was more than 2 meters tall, holding a bone shield in one hand and a bone spear in the other. His whole body was covered in heavy armor that was not inferior to Guderian's. 2 deep eye sockets on his face emitted a faint green light. A Black Knight. Ron had seen Homelin release necromancy magic before, and it was also the strongest necromancy magic he had ever seen. On the strange stone tablet in the ghost castle in the Soul Ring, the summoning magic of a Black Knight was also recorded. This magic was not difficult to learn, but the key was that this necromancy magic required a large amount of soul energy, and Ron obviously did not meet this requirement yet. After using Soul Ignition, Ron's soul energy was greatly enhanced and barely reached the level of summoning a Black Knight. Guderian was stunned. The sledgehammers in his hands also stopped in the air. Necromancers can only summon skeletons, right? What is this thing? What a strong, evil power. This hateful human, his strength is really unfathomable. This is his real strength? Although Delin was a magic beast, her eyesight was not bad. She felt a strong and suffocating power from the Black Knight. The strength of this power was actually at the level of a master. Ron, I didn't think that you still haven't given up. I've said before, these things are useless to me. Divine power exists to restrain your evil power. Sacred fire. Guderian suddenly attacked without any warning. A streak of sacred fire shot out from his sledgehammer, directly towards the Black Knight. A trace of green light appeared in the Black Knight's eyes. It gently raised its shield and casually blocked the sacred fire. The sacred fire did not continue to burn and was quickly extinguished. How can this be? Guderian's eyes were filled with disbelief. At this time, the Black Knight moved. It raised the sharp bone spear in its hand and directly pierced towards him. The bone spear in Guderian's eyes became bigger and bigger. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Guderian blocked the bone spear and took a step back. He was shocked. What was this thing, and how could it be so strong? The Black Knight raised its bone spear and once again attacked Guderian. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them fought in an earth-shattering manner. In the quiet, dark forest, the snowflakes on the trees were shaken and fell down. Just a Black Knight, and it was hard to tell who would win against Guderian and even had the upper hand. So powerful. Come on. Delin watched with her blood boiling. She sat at the side and clenched her little claws tightly. Are you okay? A kind greeting sounded in Delin's ears. She raised her head to look, and it was Ron who came to her side, looking at her with concern. That caring gaze made Delin's face burn. She secretly glanced at Ron. Ron's appearance was not handsome, but not ugly either. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his skin was a little tanned. He was weather-beaten, and his face revealed a sense of determination. Even if Ron was ugly, Delin did not mind. Unlike humans, demons did not care about illusory things like appearance. They cared more about strength and inner qualities. In the continent of Noah, it was not uncommon to see demons and humans getting married. After they got married, there was a 50% chance that their children would be human and 50% chance that they would be demons. I'm fine. Delin lowered her head and said softly. Her heart failed to live up to her expectations. That's good. Ron looked at her injuries sympathetically and continued. If you can still move, let's work together and kill this guy. Otherwise, we will all die here. The Black Knight and Guderian were in a stalemate. Guderian was more difficult to deal with than he thought. The paladin had this self-healing skill. In a one-on-one situation, he would not be at a disadvantage against any opponent of the same strength. The Black Knight had the advantage of strong defense, while the paladin had the advantage of endless self-healing skills and all kinds of strange combat skills. For example, the morale boost that he was using now. Guderian's body was surrounded by a faint golden light. Morale boost had increased his attack power by 1 level, and the sledgehammer in his hands had become even more powerful. Most importantly, it was a hypnotic combat skill, and the effect of this combat skill had multiplied his confidence. All right, let's attack together. Delin nodded. Ron did not say anything else. He waved his hand lightly, and a green flame appeared on his body. Even his eyes were shining with green light. Bone spear. A bone spear was thrown out, and it was aimed at Guderian. Bang! Guderian was suppressed by the Black Knight. He did not have time to defend himself. The bone spear pierced through his body. Guderian's mouth was bleeding. He grabbed the bone spear and threw it on the ground. At the same time, he raised the sledgehammer with both hands and was about to cast the self-healing skill. Almighty and right God Guangming, your believers hope to be protected by you. Let all the evil in this world tremble before you. A burst of holy white light shone. At this time, Lin made her move. Icicle rain, boom, boom, boom. Without chanting a spell, Lin mobilized a large amount of water element and condensed water into ice. Thousands of icicles were formed in an instant. The icicles were like a rainstorm, and they hit Guderian like a sieve. The self-healing skill that he was casting was also interrupted. Guderian only said one sentence. He fell with a look of reluctance. Then his body drooped down, and he would never wake up again. Before he died, Guderian's eyes were still wide open, as if he was recalling the glory he once had. Chapter 42. Finally got rid of him. Lin heaved a sigh of relief, stretched out her wolf paw, and gently wiped off the cold sweat on her forehead. She was still in her little white wolf form, looking charmingly naive. The Black Knight also turned into a cloud of black fog and disappeared. Looking at the black fog that gradually drifted away, Lin thought, this guy has some ability, this skeleton-like knight. I'm afraid his strength is at the master level. No wonder he could fight evenly with this holy knight. Level 1 to 3 belong to the novice level. Level 3 to level 6 belong to the warrior level. This Black Knight's strength is at least level 7, a whole level higher than Guderian. Recalling that she once promised to marry this human, Lin's face was burning. Hey, are you okay? Lin turned her head and lightly greeted. However, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Ron was lying on the ground. His eyes were closed. His face was as white as gold paper. She didn't know if he was dead or alive. Ron. Lin let out a sharp cry. She no longer cared about the girl's modesty. She quickly pounced on Ron. Her two wolf paws were placed on his face. Gently patting him, she nervously said, Ron, wake up quickly. Seeing that Ron's face was still breathing, Lin couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the wounds on his body, she frowned again. Ron's body was burned by the sacred fire. There was not a single part of his body that was still intact. Some parts were already char-black. What was difficult was that he had been fighting without making a sound. It's good that you're not dead. These injuries are nothing to this lady, Lin proudly said. After that, her body was suffused with a faint blue light. The light flowed like water. In a moment, it covered Ron's body. Ron's body was covered with a blue light screen, his pornographic novel. His whole body seemed to be immersed in water. His injuries, his vitality were slowly recovering. Water was the source of life. All living things couldn't live without water. As a water elemental cultivator, Lin was using the compulsory water elemental spell, Water Healing Spell. The recovery speed of Water Healing Spell was not as fast as Healing Spell, but the effect was the same. Moreover, the mana consumption was only half of that of Healing Spell. After the hydrotherapy was completed, Ron's body was as good as new, as if he had never been injured, but he still did not wake up. That's not right. Lin frowned. His injuries are already healed. He should have woken up by now. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Lin tried her best, shouting, slapping, and hitting Ron, but he didn't wake up. He was like a sleeping beauty. Except for breathing, he was no different from a dead person. Hoo-hoo! Lin was so tired that she was covered in sweat. She slapped him hard and said, What the hell is wrong with you? You're sleeping like a dead pig. Ron was injured, but his injury was not on the outside, nor in his internal organs, but in his soul. The burning of his soul did greatly increase the power of his soul, but it also left an injury that could never be healed. Now he was in a vegetative state, and might even sleep forever. A snowflake fell on Dylan's nose. She raised her head and saw that it was snowing. The snowflakes were like goose feathers, and it was getting heavier and heavier. Dylin was anxious. She slapped Ron's face with her wolf claws. "Hey, you human, wake up. If you keep sleeping like this, you'll die." Ron, however, didn't hear her. His thoughts had already entered his spiritual awareness. Ron's spiritual awareness was in chaos. Because of the burning of his soul was injured. Now he was in a muddle-headed state. At this moment, Ron felt that a huge energy vortex appeared above his head and sucked him in. Ron cried out in alarm, but he found that he couldn't shout anything. Struggling was also useless. His body seemed to be out of his control, drifting with the wind. After an unknown period of time, clouds appeared in front of Ron's eyes. He was flying in the sky. "Ah!" Ron cried out in alarm. He desperately waved his hands and looked down in horror. He was afraid of falling, but struggling was futile. His body seemed to have a purpose, desperately sinking. What is this place? Where am I now? Ron's heart was shocked and suspicious. He could only hear the whistling of the wind in his ears. At this moment, a huge skeleton castle appeared in front of Ron's eyes. This castle was almost the same as the undead castle that Ron saw in the Soul Ring. In front of the castle, there was a huge, sinister skull. At this moment, he saw that he was standing on the ground. "Kill!" At this moment, an earth-shattering shout sounded, startling Ron. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing heavy armor appeared in front of Ron. He had a thick beard and looked very valiant. The middle-aged man was wearing a gorgeous heavy armor. His armor had the symbol of a holy cross. This middle-aged man held a shield in one hand and a long sword in the other. He stood majestically on a huge rock. His gaze was calm and deep. He waved the long sword in his hand, and countless soldiers appeared behind him. The middle-aged man pointed the tip of his sword forward and let out a stirring roar. "Attack! Kill!" A bloody smell spread out. Countless soldiers rushed out from behind the bearded middle-aged man like locusts. They charged at the enemy. All kinds of colorful dough, chi, appeared on their bodies. These dough chi turned into an indomitable aura. The earth also began to shake. Battlefield. This was no doubt a battlefield. It was the place where humans fought for their own benefits and exchanged the most bloody exchanges. Here, life was the cheapest commodity. The black mass of soldiers formed an invincible force. It was like a black cloud pressing down on the city. The skeleton castle was facing a huge pressure. At this moment, there was a loud rumble in front of them. It was as if a large number of stone walls were pushed down in an instant. At the skeleton castle, an army suddenly appeared. This army was all dressed in black and wore black armor. They were as cold as the Grim Reaper in the night. The number of people in the black army was not less than the opponent. They were densely packed in 3 rows. Facing the countless soldiers in front of them, there was no sadness, anger, or even fear on their faces. At this moment, a pale-faced knight slowly walked out from the black army's formation. He was a man, but one could not tell his age from his face. His black hair was casually tossed to the back of his head. A strange red light flashed in his eyes. He was riding on a tall skeletal horse. The 4 hooves of the skeletal horse were burning with green flames. The male knight was wearing heavy armor. His shoulders bulged high. In the strange engravings on his chest, a ferocious skull appeared. He held a broadsword tightly in one hand. On the other hand, he held a huge skeletal shield. The aura created by the charging soldiers on the opposite side caused a gust of wind to appear on the battlefield. As the gust of wind blew, the man's cloak made swish, swish noises. The knight in the black army's formation had a firm expression. He was like a piece of ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. Facing the Grim Reaper, he sneered with disdain. He slowly raised his sword. This was the prelude to the attack. At this moment, the black-robed men behind him moved. They raised their white, forest-like magic staffs and chanted softly. Not long after, a green fog gradually appeared on their bodies. What a familiar soul force. Ron was shocked to the extreme. He opened his eyes wide and muttered, This is soul force. Who? Who are they? Where's this place? No one could answer Ron's question because he was just a soul. In this battlefield, he was just a spectator. Boom! Suddenly, the ground in front of the Black Knight collapsed. At this moment, countless skeletal warriors revealed their white heads. They were like evil spirits from hell, scrambling to climb out of the ground. Several thousand black-robed men summoned at the same time. The skeletal warriors were densely packed. One could not see the end of them. One invincible skeletal army. The skeletal warriors let out a trembling roar. Then, they charged at the soldiers with crosses in front of their heads. At this moment, the tall and big Black Knight pointed his broadsword forward. Behind him, countless Death Knights riding on skeletal horses suddenly appeared. Among the Death Knights, there were countless skeletal warriors, skeletal mages, and Black Knights. They only had one goal, to attack. This is a necromancer. That's right. It's a necromancer. That's the legendary Death Knight. Oh my God. And there's also the undead warriors. They're the death spirits' army from hell. Ron was both terrified and agitated. His hands started to tremble. The death spirits' army also started to move. They let out a furious roar that came from their souls. As the Death Knight pointed his sword, the death spirits' army also started to charge. Countless battle flags were suddenly erected and fluttered in the wind. In the sky, countless gargoyles flew out from the castles and pounced toward the Silver Army. The air was filled with the aura of death. A great battle was about to break out. The two waves of soldiers charged out at the same time, and the ground trembled slightly. On the battlefield, the two armies, one black and one white, were densely packed like ants. They charged toward the same target at the same time. Ron, who was in the center of the battlefield. Don't come over. Ron's heart almost leaped out of his throat. In the entire battlefield, he was the only one standing there. Once those soldiers arrived, they would be able to trample him into meat paste. Ron closed his eyes. He could sense that these soldiers were passing by him. At this moment, Ron discovered to his astonishment that those soldiers were ignoring him and passing through his body. What's going on? Could it be that I've died? Am I just a soul now? Ron was perplexed by his current situation. Boom! The two armies finally clashed officially. A tremendous sound rang out from the collision, and a powerful force suddenly appeared and kept on extending out in all directions. Ron only felt a beam of intense, white light appear before his eyes. The white light was so bright that he was unable to open his eyes. He felt as if he was being squashed in a meat paste. In his daze, he could faintly see something. The blood-colored skeleton flag. Ron jerked and sat up abruptly. He opened his eyes wide and tried his best to breathe. It was only then that he realized that he was in a warm cave. The fire in the cave was emitting crackling sounds. It turned out that everything was a dream. However, this dream was too terrifying yet so real. A girl was squatting before the fire. Her hair was white and long, almost reaching her waist. Hearing the sound of him waking up, she turned her head and revealed a beautiful smile. Chapter 43. What's wrong with me? Ron got up, shook his dizzy head, and said, Nothing? You fainted. D-Lin stood up and smiled. 3 days? I didn't expect you to be unconscious for 3 days. I thought you wouldn't wake up. 3 days? Ron was surprised. I was unconscious for such a long time. I didn't feel it all. For Ron, this dream seemed to be a matter of a moment. How could it last for 3 days? Thinking of the dream, Ron was still puzzled. Looking at the charming figure in front of him, Ron could not help but feel warm in his heart. This magical beast girl named D-Lin actually waited here for 3 days. Thank you, Ron said from the bottom of his heart. He sincerely thanked D-Lin. You're welcome, D-Lin said with a faint smile. Speaking of which, you saved me. I should take care of you for a few days, D-Lin said, while stirring the fire a few times to make the fire burn more vigorously. The iron pot on the fire was heated red. The broth inside was boiling, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Ron looked at it with his index finger. D-Lin took down the iron jar. She didn't care that it was scalding her hands. She poured the broth into a bowl, and a fragrant white smoke floated up. Here you go. Delin filled a bowl with thick soup, handed it to Ron, and said, "Drink it. Warm your body." Ron thanked her, took a sip, and a warm current flowed into his mouth along his esophagus into his stomach. Delicious. Ron was also very hungry. He didn't care about politeness and drank it all. After drinking a bowl of broth, Ron only felt his stomach was warm and very comfortable. Even his body was hot, and a trace of blood appeared on his cold, pale face. Looking at Ron's satisfied smile, Delin also smiled sweetly. Her heart was as sweet as honey. She didn't know that her grandmother's casual words made her love for Ron like a seed, slowly taking root and sprouting. Seeing Ron's gaze, Delin's face couldn't help but blush. She restrained her smile and lightly said, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing. I just see that you're wearing so little clothes. Don't you feel cold?" Ron was really curious about this question and always wanted to ask. Indeed, Delin was wearing too little. The top was a short-sleeved shirt, the bottom was a skirt and boots. In this cold weather, if a human girl were to wear this, she would probably be cold to death. Even Ron was wrapped up tightly. However, Delin was not a human, but a magical beast. Her physical fitness was extremely strong. "None of your business." Delin glared at him, pulled a long face, and said, "Do you think our magical beast clan is as weak as you humans? Our magical beast clan has a strong body. This cold air is not a problem for us. Some magical beasts also like to live in a world of ice and snow." "Oh, I almost forgot your magical beast." Ron laughed. He blinked his eyes, "But I still like your appearance as Little White." Little White. Delin didn't react for a moment, and when she remembered, she realized that Ron was playing with her, saying that she was a dog in a roundabout way. Delin angrily raised her small fist and fiercely punched him a few times. "I'll let you call me Little White again." "Ouch, it hurts so much." Ron was hit by Delin's fist, and the pain made him grit his teeth. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Did I hurt you?" Delin looked at him and became nervous again. "I'm sorry. I hit you too hard." Delin was a magical beast. Although she looked like a delicate girl, the strength of her hand was much stronger than an ordinary human girl. Ron's pain was indeed not fake, but it was not as serious as what he showed on his face. "Well, you actually dare to play with me." Catching a flash of ridicule in Ron's eyes, Delin realized that she was played again and directly hit him a few times. This time Ron couldn't laugh anymore. "Wow, you really hit me? It hurts so much." Ron cried out, "You deserve it? Who told you to pretend?" Delin couldn't help but say weakly. Looking at Ron's appearance, she laughed, and Ron also laughed embarrassedly. This farce actually made the two people closer. After all, one of them was a 16-year-old ignorant boy, and the other was a 17-year-old girl who had her first awakening of love. Although there was a little unhappiness before, it had long been forgotten. "Oh, right. Why are you alone? Where's your grandmother?" Ron just remembered that Delin came with an old grandmother, but now she was alone. She left. Thinking of her grandmother, Delin's face showed a sad expression, and her long eyelashes drooped down. "She's the prophet of our 1,000 illusion ice wolf clan, and already had a premonition that death was near, so she returned to the dark forest, where she and my grandfather met and fell in love." "I'm sorry." Ron just realized that he had brought up a topic that made her sad, and hurriedly said. Delin shook her head. "It's nothing. Actually, before coming to the dark forest, I already had a premonition." Her words were always strange, but I didn't dare to think in this direction. Thinking of her grandmother, Delin's eyes turned red. Ron also didn't speak. He didn't know what to say now, and the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. "Where do you plan to go now?" After a long time, Ron asked. Delin smiled bitterly. "Where else can I go? Of course, I'm going home." "Go home? You mean go back to your kingdom of magical beasts?" Delin nodded. Ron pondered for a moment, and after a long while, he asked, Then how can I find you?" "Find me?" Delin heard this. Her eyes lit up and asked with a smile, "Why do you want to find me? Do I need a reason?" Ron asked puzzledly. He scratched his head. "Aren't we friends?" Besides, I also want to go to the kingdom of magical beasts. You don't welcome me, do you? Ron regarded Lin as a friend. In his young heart, going to the kingdom of magical beasts was like going to a friend's home. It was a very normal thing. Of course. Welcome. Lin's face showed a smile. You're right. We are friends. Of course you're welcome to my family. That's good. Ron smiled. He thought for a moment and then said, but wait until I get my revenge. Revenge? Lin's eyes widened. A puzzled look on her face. Ron quickly told her about his grandfather. Lin suddenly became extremely angry. These damn humans. Seeing the embarrassed look on Ron's face, Lin realized that she had said something wrong and quickly said, I'm sorry, I wasn't talking about you. Well, I know. Ron nodded, expressing his understanding. Do you want me to help you? Lin thought for a moment and put forward a proposal that Ron couldn't refuse. Lin's proposal was very attractive to Ron. If he wanted to take revenge, it would be much better to have one more person, and Lin's strength was not weak. She was a level 4 magical beast. Ron lowered his head, thought for a moment, and then said no need. He raised his head, his eyes shining with confidence. I want to rely on my own ability to take revenge, and in addition to revenge, I also want to become a strong person. If I even need others to help me take revenge, how can I be called a strong person? Seeing Ron's insistence, Lin didn't force him. She smiled. Ron, I believe you will definitely become a peerless, strong person. Grandma saw Ron's future, so Lin was very confident in him. If he could become a prophet, it was impossible that he didn't have some ability. Ron smiled faintly. He didn't comment on Lin's words. Compared to Lin, Ron himself didn't have much confidence. He just tried his best. The road to becoming a strong person was not so easy to say. Ron. Lin smiled, took out an iron plate from her arms, and handed it to Ron. This is my family's token. With it, you can find me. Our family is in the northwest of the Kingdom of Warcraft, in the snowfield of Asia Minor. You can find me with the family's iron plate. Ron took the iron plate, saw that it was heavy. On it was carved a snow-white wolf head. It looked incomparably fierce. He nodded, said, I will. I'm leaving. Take care. Lin faintly sighed. After seeing Ron twice and spending half a day together, she was really a little reluctant to part with him, but there were still a lot of things waiting for her to do in the family. Lin left. Her figure slowly disappeared in the wind and snow. Ron looked at her delicate figure for a long time. The fire in the cave was still crackling, emitting bursts of heat. The whole cave was warm compared to the whistling wind and snow outside. There was a trace of spring feeling. She left in the end. Ron reluctantly withdrew his gaze towards Lin. He had an indescribable feeling, although it was very strange, but the feeling was very familiar, like a long-lost friend. Ron had no friends since he was young, not a single one. This was also related to his background. Think about it. Who would be friends with a beggar? Ron felt something from Lin, something called friendship. As for other aspects, Ron didn't think too much about it. It's time to practice. Facing Guderian, I have no power to resist. This means that my strength is not enough. Ron took a deep breath. His eyes showed a firm look. Don't blame your opponent for being too strong. That's because you didn't work hard enough. There's a reason why any powerhouse is a powerhouse. You only see the glamorous surface of others, but you don't see the hard work they put in. It's useless to complain about the helplessness in life. What you need is real action. Every sentence of Homelin's grandfather's quotation, Ron knew it by heart. These principles of life, every one of them was the summary of Homelin's nearly 1,000 years of experience. To Ron, it was a kind of enlightenment. It made his heart suddenly become bright. Chapter 44. At this moment, Ron felt the ring in his hand move, emitting a strange green light. What's going on? This ring. Why is this ring suddenly? Ron's heart was filled with astonishment. He raised his hand and looked at the ring in his hand in disbelief. Search for the latest updates here. The green light grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire cave in green. Suddenly, the green light shone brightly, and a figure appeared in front of Ron. Ron's astonishment gradually turned into joy. He rubbed his eyes, his face revealing an expression of disbelief. Grandpa Homilin, is it really you? The person who appeared in front of Ron was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. He had a head full of white hair, a long beard, and a pair of eyes that shone with a green light. He was smiling at Ron. Who else could it be but Homilin? Grandpa Homilin. Ron couldn't help but pounce on Homilin, but unexpectedly, he pounced on empty air. Only then did he remember that Homilin was a spiritual body. Grandpa Homilin, I've missed you so much. Child, we meet again, Homilin said with a smile, his small green eyes looking up and down at Ron. Not bad. In such a short time, you were actually able to reach the level of a beginner necromancer. Your talent is beyond my expectations, Homilin nodded with satisfaction. Having such a proud disciple as a master was also a matter of pride. Yes, Grandpa Homilin, I only broke through 2 days ago, Ron said impatiently. The day I broke through, it was so painful that I wanted to die. Ron was now like a child who was asking for praise from his parents. Yes, the increase in spiritual strength caused the old spiritual body to burst, which indeed caused severe pain. It's fine, Ron. You'll get used to it after a few more times, Homilin said with a smile. No way. Could it be that every time I break through, there's severe pain? Ron cried out exaggeratedly. Of course, it's just like giving birth. Think about it. Isn't it painful to give birth? This is the same principle as the breakthrough of the soul, Homilin said with a smile. Ah, by the way, Grandpa Homilin, since you come out now, does that mean you're fine? Ron asked. Not bad. I've already recovered the lost soul energy. This soul ring is really a good item. Homilin smiled as he blinked his eyes. Ron, I'm guessing that you must have entered the soul ring? Ron said, Yes, Grandpa Homilin, I saw the stone tablet you left behind, and I also saw you in the crystal coffin. When Homilin appeared, Ron's heart was filled with joy. Grandpa Homilin. Seeing Homilin, Ron had a lot of questions. What exactly is that undead castle? How could there be such a huge castle in that small soul ring? I'm not too sure. Homilin's grandfather smiled helplessly. After I got this ring, I studied it day and night, but I still couldn't uncover its secrets. However, Ron, as your strength grows, you'll find more and more the benefits of this soul ring for necromancers. You'll need to uncover all of this. Oh, Ron nodded. All right, what happened when I wasn't here? Homilin asked. It's like this. Ron told Homilin about the Holy Sun, Guderian. When he heard the important parts, even Homilin couldn't help but sweat for him. When he finally heard that Ron had actually used soul ignition, he couldn't help but reprimand. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Ron, how could you even use a forbidden spell like soul ignition? I didn't record this spell to turn you into an idiot. I've told you before that this world is fair. You won't get anything for no reason. If you get something that doesn't belong to you, you'll have to pay a price. Soul ignition is a forbidden spell that can greatly increase the power of your soul, but it can easily damage your soul and turn you into a complete idiot. That's not worth the loss. Ron lowered his head. Grandpa Homilin, I know I'm wrong, Homilin sighed, but I can understand your situation. A level 6 Holy Knight is indeed not someone you can match. If you didn't resist with all your might, you would only end up dead. So, it's better to resist with all your might. Even if you were defeated, you wouldn't let the enemy have an easy time. Your fighting spirit is admirable, but, ahem, you'd better not use this necromancy spell casually. Ron, how did you wake up? Homilin continued to ask. Ron recalled the dream that he'd experienced when he was in a coma. It was so unbelievable that even Ron himself was confused by it. After thinking for a while, he decided not to say it out loud. I don't know, Grandpa Homilin. I had a dream, and after I woke up. That's your luck. Although soul ignition doesn't necessarily turn you into an idiot, the probability is quite high. It's your luck that you could survive it. But Ron, you have to remember, never rely on luck to do anything. This is my advice to you, Homilin said earnestly. Grandpa Homilin, I know. Ron nodded solemnly. Homilin nodded too. In his eyes, Ron was a sensible child who knew his limits. He smiled and asked, Ron, now that I'm out, you can tell me if you have any problems with your cultivation. I'll give you appropriate guidance. Problems? Ron thought for a while and suddenly said, Right, Grandpa Homelin, don't necromancers use weapons? I've tried a few weapons, but they don't seem to suit me. They don't have any effect on my necromancy magic. Weapons? Homelin stared blankly for a while before slapping his head. Right, I almost forgot about that. You don't have any weapons. Ron was speechless. How could he forget such an important thing? But judging from Grandpa Homelin's tone, it was a pornographic novel. Necromancers did have weapons, but he didn't know what they were. He hurriedly asked, Grandpa Homelin, what weapons do necromancers use? Bone staff. Homelin smiled. Using this thing can increase the effect of your necromancy magic. It's like a warrior's sword or a magician's magic staff. The higher the level of the bone staff, the greater the increase in your necromancy magic. Really? Ron was surprised and delighted. Where can I buy this thing? Buy? Homelin smiled bitterly. I'm afraid you can't buy it. At least not here. Why? Ron asked, puzzled. Homelin sighed. After sleeping for so many days, I've been thinking that necromancy magic might have already declined in this world. Declined? Yes, declined. Homelin's expression was grave. No power can last for so long. The scourged church that flourished for a time will disappear, and necromancy magic will also decline. With the passage of time, everything will change, and necromancy magic is no exception, Homelin sighed. If it was the scourged church of the past, I could give you the best bone staff. But now, no one cultivates necromancy magic. I'm afraid you can't buy the bone staff you want. Ron was dumbfounded. The excitement that had just risen in his heart disappeared without a trace. Then what should I do? It's not like there's no way. Homelin smiled. If you want a bone staff, you have to make it yourself? Make it yourself? You can make it yourself? Ron was shocked. Of course you can. Homelin was full of confidence. All weapons are made by people. If others can make it, why can't you? Then how do I make it? Ron asked, stuttering. Don't worry. Weapons are the most important part of equipment. Of course, this matter can't be rushed. If you want to make a weapon, you have to prepare all kinds of materials. Homelin said. He glanced at Ron. You're now a beginner necromancer. I'm afraid it's enough to make a low-rank bone staff. What materials do I need? Ron asked. In a set of bones of a level 4 exotic beast, blackback boar, 5 standard iron ingots, fire silver flour, black stone powder. Homelin listed a dozen materials in one breath. He then said, These are all beginner forging materials. I think it shouldn't be too difficult to get them. If you really don't have them, you can use other materials to replace them. However, the effect will be a bit worse. Ron could remember these dozen materials, but to him, it was like a book from heaven. Not only had he never seen the materials that Homelin mentioned, he had never even heard of them. What can I buy these things? Ron asked, stuttering. I'm not very clear. Homelin was stumped by this question. It was no wonder. With his identity, when would it be his turn to buy things? Homelin and Ron stared at each other. A soul from 100,000 years ago, a brat who had not experienced much of the world, was completely ignorant of this world. It seemed like it was time to learn more about this world. Based on his experience from his previous life, Homelin thought for a while and said, I think these things shouldn't be too hard to find in a bigger town, right? After all, they aren't too valuable. Town? Ron thought for a while and took out a map from Space Bag. It was a map that he had seized from a guard of the church. He opened it and followed the route on the map. The nearest town to him was a small town called St. Quillo. Remembering that he still had the equipment that he had seized and that these things were worth quite a bit of money, Ron wanted to try his luck there. What's this? Homelin's eyes were immediately attracted by the bags of various sizes on Ron's body. This looks like something like a space ring. This is called a space bag. I got it from those guards of the church. Ron said proudly. Homelin's spiritual sense scanned the space bag. Although the space inside this thing can't be compared to a space ring, it's enough to store weapons and the like. Moreover, it looks like it can be mass-produced. 100,000 years ago, space items were rare items. Having a space ring was a symbol of status and strength. Ordinary people could not afford to use it. Looking at this space bag now, even the guards of the church could afford to equip it. Chapter 45. Throw them away? Why? Ron was puzzled. Hamelin smiled and pointed at his finger. The soul ring on your hand has the function of a space ring, and it can store a lot of things. Why do you still keep these useless space bags? It can store things? Ron was shocked and looked at his hand. Of course, it has many other functions, but you are too weak to use some of them. Hamelin said proudly, when your strength reaches a certain level, you will know how powerful it is. Oh, Ron nodded. He thought for a while and said, but Grandpa Hamelin, these space bags can't be thrown away. They can be sold for money. St. Ka'alor was a medium-sized town in the western part of the Holy Roman Empire. An ancient city wall more than 10 meters high surrounded the entire city. The city gate, which was 20 meters wide, was open to welcome guests from all over. At the city gate, there were several guards of the Holy Roman Empire. They wore simple armor and held sharp spears in their hands. They were looking at the people coming and going with vigilance. St. Ka'alor was not big compared to other big cities, but in fact, the trade here was very developed. Walking on the streets of St. Ka'alor, Ron was at a loss. There were too many people here. Ron, who had lived in Maple Leaf Town since he was young, had never seen so many people. At the city gate, Ron found a portrait of him as a wanted criminal. He tactfully covered his face. Where should I go? Looking at the pedestrians coming and going, Ron was a little hesitant. He had a lot of weapons in his hand, but he didn't know where to sell them. It was like he had a lot of wealth, but didn't know how to spend it. It wasn't difficult to find a chamber of commerce, but could he trade the things in his hand in Guangming? However, Ron didn't need to worry about these things at all. In St. Ka'alor, there's a group of people who specialized in solving problems for passing merchants. They were officially known as guides, but in the mercenary world, they were known as pawns. In every city, there were such people. They would provide guide services to mercenaries and merchants who came from afar. They would also contact them for business deals and receive tips or commissions. They were the local tyrants of the city. There was nothing that they didn't know, from big business transactions to small things like food and accommodation. Even if you wanted to find a woman, as long as you could afford it, they would take you to the most famous brothel in the city. As long as you found them, it was like getting a living map of the city. They were the path. Ron, who was shaking his head in Sangialo City, happened to be targeted by a person. He was wearing a small, worn-out felt hat and a thick, cotton-padded coat with holes. His face was shaved clean, and he looked as decent as possible. His small eyes were full of shrewdness. When he saw Ron, his eyes lit up as if he had seen a mountain of gold. Being a path required a good eye. The first rule of a path was never judge a book by its cover. Other than rich merchants, they also served some dirty and unkempt mercenaries. They might have just returned from hunting in a place where exotic beasts roamed. Although their clothes looked ragged, their space bags might contain the essence cores and furs of magical beasts that were worth cities, and all kinds of materials. Merchants who were calculative might be stingy, but mercenaries who had just returned from hunting were often generous. The shifty-eyed guy quickly walked up to Ron and bowed deeply. "Brave mercenary, sir. Do you need a path to serve you? Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Peoples. I'm a path from St. Ka'alor City." Facing this person who suddenly appeared in front of him, Ron's face was full of vigilance. He tightened the package in his hand and asked, "Path?" Pornographic novels at this moment, a circle of people surrounded Ron. These were all people's peers and were also paths. Obviously, they had also discovered Ron, this rich man. Ron's current clothes were neither fish nor fowl. He was wearing armor, a leather robe, and a magician's cloak. He was holding a big package in his hand. God knew how long it had been since he had bathed, and his body was emitting a sour smell. This appearance was as miserable as it could be, and as different as it could be. But in the eyes of these paths, it was different. The big package might be full of space bags, the shabby clothes might be from a fierce battle with exotic beasts, and strange clothes he was wearing might be the spoils of victory from a fierce battle with other mercenaries. It was very normal for him to not have bathed. Who would have this condition in the wild? Sir Mercenary, I am the best path in this city. I can provide you with all the services you need. A path took off his hat and said politely, Sir Mercenary, I'll take you to a place. There are many beautiful women there. They are beautiful, tall, and have first-class martial arts. Most importantly, the price is fair. A man with a wretched face said with a lewd smile. He took out his biggest selling point, which many mercenaries liked. Sir Mercenary, are you selling exotic beast materials? I'll take you there. You can just give me a tip. The price is guaranteed to be reasonable. Another clearly wanted to start a price war. Sir Mercenary, the paths, introduced themselves one after another. They looked like a group of prostitutes who had seen a forthright customer. After a long time, Ron finally understood that these people called paths were a group of guides. They could take you anywhere and save you the trouble of finding your way. Of course, he had to give them a tip. The paths looked at Ron eagerly, their eyes showing a trace of anticipation. I'd want to sell some things. Ron hesitated, then pointed at Peoples. Let's go with him. He was the first to come. Oh, other than Peoples, the other paths all showed disappointment in their eyes. They followed their professional ethics and bowed before leaving. Thank you, Sir Mercenary. Peoples is honored to serve you. Peoples was so excited that his face was flushed. He took off his hat and bowed. You can give me a tip as you see fit. Sir, I don't want much. Ron nodded. He had seized quite a lot of gold coins from the Holy Sea Guards, about 1,000 in total. 1,000. The Ron of the past would never have dared to imagine that he would one day own such a large fortune. This amount of wealth was enough for a commoner to live comfortably for a few decades. Respected Sir Mercenary, where are you going? People straightened his clothes to make himself look more formal, and he began his work. Ron muttered to himself for a moment. The things he wanted to sell were mainly the equipment and weapons of the Holy Sea Guards, as well as some miscellaneous things. These things were not allowed to see the light of day in the Holy Roman Empire. If someone reported this matter, Ron might not be able to walk out of St. Curiosity. Looking at Ron's hesitant expression, people suddenly thought of something. He pulled Ron to a deserted corner and lowered his voice. Sir Mercenary, are there some things that are inconvenient for you to sell? Ron nodded. I see. Peoples laughed. He patted his chest and said, Sir, you have found the right person. In the entire St. Curiosity City, only I have such a path to help you solve this problem. Peoples was bragging. He was not the only path to provide the same service. He said this to highlight the advantages of his service. Shady shops. Those things of unknown origin can only be sold in shady shops. They dare to accept anything, even if you killed someone and robbed them yesterday, but the price will be lower. Sir, you have to be mentally prepared. Of course, if you want to trade with the proper Chamber of Commerce, I could take you there, but I won't get involved in any trouble. People said softly. They were only guides, so naturally, they did not dare and would not cause trouble. Ron thought for a while. The things I sell will indeed cause some unnecessary trouble. Let's go to the place you said. Lead the way. Peoples was overjoyed. Yes, sir. Please follow me. The owner of the shop is very familiar with me. I believe he will give you a good price. Ron followed Peoples all the way, following the main road into the alleys. After going through so many twists and turns that Ron felt dizzy, they finally arrived in front of an ordinary house. Sir, we're here. It's here. Peoples walked up and knocked on the door. The door opened and a fat woman walked out. She shouted when she saw Peoples. Wow, Peoples, I couldn't find you these few days, and you still have the face to come. When are you going to pay me for the prostitutes? Peoples looked a little embarrassed when he saw the fat woman. Don't yell. I brought a mercenary with me this time. Is Scarf here? We have a big business to discuss. The fat woman only then saw Ron behind them. She immediately changed her expression and smiled. Oh, so it's a mercenary, sir. Please come in, come in. Ron's face was covered, so she could not tell his age. The fat woman could only address him as mercenary, sir. This inconspicuous house was the black shop that Peoples had mentioned. The owner, Scarf, was a miser. Other than running a small business of his own, even his own daughter had become a money-making tool. However, it was obvious that her business was not doing very well. Ron walked in. The black shop was not black at all. On the contrary, it was bright and grand, no different from an ordinary house. At this time, he heard the fat woman ask softly, "Peoples, is there a problem with the mercenary sir you brought here? Don't tell me you brought in a fool who doesn't even know the rules like last time." "No way. I think he's quite sensible," Peoples said softly. "Don't tell me he doesn't even know the rules." Last time, he had been quite embarrassed to bring in an unknown mercenary. When the guy heard Scarf's price, he immediately panicked and threatened to tear down his black shop. In the end, it was Scarf who found someone to settle the matter. For the same goods, the black shop would definitely give a lower price. Everyone in the trade knew this. After walking into an ordinary house, an equally fat old man stood up and nodded lightly at Ron. He went straight to the point. "You're the mercenary that Peoples brought here? Very good, have a seat." Chapter 46. Ron nodded and glanced at the plump woman and Peoples. The two of them understood and looked at each other before tactfully retreating. When Peoples left, he closed the door behind him. "Search for the latest updates here. Boss, what do you think of these things?" Ron spoke with a childish voice. His voice was a little hoarse as he was in the middle of puberty. Scarf was startled when he heard Ron's voice. He looked at Ron from head to toe and saw Ron open the bag and pour it on the ground. Crash! A large pile of things fell to the ground. "What?" The things on the ground shocked Scarf. Spatial bags. There were more than 30 of them. Not to mention the other things, just the value of these spatial bags was not low. Dimensional bags. All of them are dimensional bags. Scarf was so excited that he laid on the ground and checked the dimensional bags one by one. There's stuff inside, weapons, equipment, everything. Scarf lost his composure and exclaimed in surprise. However, when Scarf's gaze fell on the symbol on the space bags, he was stunned and cried out, "Holy Sea." "Yes, it's the Holy Sea." Ron nodded calmly. Scarf raised his head. The way he looked at Ron had changed and became somewhat respectful. "Space bags, there are so many of them. Did you slaughter a Holy Sea squad? Oh my God, this world is crazy. How is it? Do you dare to accept goods like this?" Ron did not answer his question. Instead, he changed the topic. At the same time, he stopped Scarf from looking through the contents of the space bag. Before reaching a deal, it was better not to show him some things. Let me think." Scarf sat down and kept glancing at the space bags. In his opinion, each space bag was the life of a Holy Sea soldier. In order to make a living in the Holy Empire, there were a few basic things one needed to know. The Holy Church was one of the superpowers that one absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Accepting these items would mean becoming an enemy of the Holy Church. If the Holy Church were to investigate, one would have to bear the consequences. Scarf was just a small shop owner. He did not have the guts to do these things. However, the pile of goods in front of him was a pile of shiny gold coins, which made him unable to stop himself. If the quantity was too small, Scarf wouldn't have dared to accept it. However, there were quite a lot of things in front of him. There were a total of 34 space bags, and coupled with the weapons and equipment inside, these things were even more valuable than the space bags. He inadvertently found an azure-grade, one-handed sword. This was definitely a big deal. It all depended on whether Scarf had the guts. Scarf did not ask about the origin of these goods, because he knew that the other party would definitely not answer. If the origin was legal, would they still need to sell them in a shady shop? Scarf's mind was in a dilemma. Finally, money won over reason. He gritted his teeth and slammed the table heavily. He made up his mind. "All right, respected mercenary, I'll take these goods." A shady shop was a high-risk, high-profit business. If one did not have the guts, then there was no need to do anything. Such a big deal would be enough to cover his expenses for several years. He then continued. "However, respected mercenary, you know that we are in a high-risk business. The price we give you naturally cannot be compared to a regular chamber of commerce. Please understand this." Scarf also became more polite to this big client of his. Firstly, he couldn't figure out the other party's profession, and secondly, He couldn't figure out the other party's strength. Coupled with the proud battle records on the ground, he had no choice but to treat the other party with caution. Ron nodded slightly. After getting Ron's approval, Scarf pounced on the space bags like a hungry tiger and looked through them one by one. One-handed sword, magic staff, spear, hammer, scepter, shield. Scarf placed them on the table one by one. He counted and calculated carefully, his eyes shining with greed. There were some things that Ron did not take out, and that was the two-handed hammer of Holy Son Guderian. He knew from Homeland that the value of this weapon was far beyond what this small shop could afford. In addition, Ron did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble. After all, the owner of this hammer was the Holy Son of the Holy See. After a while, Scarf finished counting and said to Ron, "Respected Mr. Mercenary, according to my calculations, the total value of these items is about 3,000 gold coins. Among them, the two most valuable weapons are a sky blue magic staff and a sky blue longsword, which are worth more than 1,000 gold coins. There are also 34 space bags, which we charge 30 gold coins for each, which is 1,000 gold coins. As for the miscellaneous equipment, although not valuable, there are a lot of them, which are worth 800 gold coins. I'll add 1,000 gold coins, which is a total of 3,000 gold coins," Scarf said with a pleasant countenance. "That's too low." Ron frowned. "Respected mercenary, this price is not low among our peers. You know that we are running an unscrupulous shop. We have no use for these items, so we have to resell them. This risk is not low." Scarf kept wiping his sweat and said. Ron did not comment and reached out to take the space bags. "Don't," Scarf stopped him. After thinking for a while, he said, "Sir, can you increase the price by 10%? 20%, 1,000. 1,000 more. That's 4,000 gold coins in total." Scarf cried out involuntarily. He tightly held the space bags, as if he was afraid that Ron would take them back. "Okay." After thinking for a long time, Ron finally nodded. It was good enough that he could sell these items. Of course, it would be better if the price was higher. Scarf paid the money quickly and politely sent Ron out. When the door opened, Peoples was standing outside. When he saw Scarf's expression, he knew that the business was done. He quickly walked over and bowed to Ron. Then he said to Scarf, "How is it, Boss Scarf? My customer is good, right?" "Of course. You have a good eye this time. You brought me a big customer," Scarf said with a smile. He took out 2 gold coins from his pocket and threw it to Peoples. "Here, a reward for you. Next time, you must bring such a customer to me." If those items were sold successfully, Scarf would make 3 times the profit. No wonder he was so happy. Peoples was overjoyed. It was rare that Scarf, who had always been stingy, would give him 2 gold coins. It could be seen that the business this time was not small. He hurriedly thanked Scarf and looked at Ron with even more respect. "Let's go. I still need to buy some materials." Ron said faintly. "Lead the way. I'm going to the biggest chamber of commerce in St. Quillo City." "Thank you, Boss Scarf. I'll get to work first." After being rewarded, Peoples worked even harder. He bowed to Scarf and then quickly walked in front of Ron. He respectfully led the way, and his words were even more polite. He was afraid that he would be rude and offend Ron, the big boss. Zhang Tai followed Peoples out of the alley and onto the main street. After a short while, they arrived in front of a magnificent big house. Peoples then said, "Sir, this is the place. This is the largest trade fair in St. Giallo City. I think you should be able to find what you want, sir." Ron looked up and saw a sign that said, "Europa Chamber of Commerce." Ron nodded and walked in, followed by Peoples. "Hello, sir. How may I help you?" A sweet-looking girl walked up to Ron as soon as he entered. She was the one who greeted him. The girl was wearing the uniform of the Chamber of Commerce. She was tall and beautiful. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she had a professional smile on her face. She looked very polite. "Oh, I have some materials here. Do you have any here?" Ron said as he took out a piece of paper that he had written and handed it over. "Our Europa Chamber of Commerce is the biggest chamber of commerce in St. Quillo City. Even in the Pan-Human Alliance, our influence is one of the best," the long-haired girl said confidently as she took the paper with a smile. "Sir, please wait a moment." The long-haired girl glanced at the content on the paper and frowned slightly. She then turned and hurried back. After a while, she came back and said, "Sir, we have all the materials you want. May I ask if you want all of them?" "All of them?" Ron listed dozens of materials on the paper. It would be difficult to buy all of them in one go. "Yes, sir." The long-haired girl nodded. "How much?" Ron asked hesitantly. "Pornographic novels. The total value of these materials is 3,200 gold coins." The long-haired girl said as she handed over the list in her hand. The price and quantity of each material were listed on the list. The Europa Chamber of Commerce was a first-class professional in business. Customers could buy what they wanted without running errands. Moreover, the price was fair. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that the Europa Chamber of Commerce made a lot of money every day. "Well, I'll take them all." Ron nodded and didn't say much nonsense. In fact, he didn't know the price. As long as he had enough money, it was fine. He counted out 3,200 gold coins from his arms and handed them over. Just like that, he gave away the 3,000 gold coins he got from Scarfu. In addition, he also got some from the guards of the Vatican. It was not much, only a little more than 1,000 gold coins, which was enough to pay for this transaction. These materials are really expensive. Ron looked at the gold coins flying into the girl's hand and could not help but feel a little heartache. A few thousand gold coins was a sky-high number for the commoners, but for these professionals, no amount of money was enough. Weapons, equipment, materials, potions, which one of them did not cost money? Although the income was high, the expenses were also quite high. The long-haired girl quickly took the money and left after counting. Not long after, a man brought over all the materials Ron wanted. Sure enough, it's a big chamber of commerce. Ron secretly nodded. In less than 10 minutes, a big deal of over 1,000 gold coins was done. The strength of this chamber of commerce was not something that Scarfu's unscrupulous shop could compare to. After buying the things, Ron quickly left the chamber of commerce. Peoples brought Ron back to the city gate of St. Quialo and waved goodbye to him. He was very happy. This rich man was so generous that he gave him a tip of 20 gold coins. A financier like this wouldn't come across a single one in 10 years. Ron himself was born poor, so he knew more about their hardships. Chapter 47. As a necromancer, he finally had his own weapon. This made Ron, who had been empty-handed this whole time, a little excited. The sky had already darkened, and specks of snow fluttered in the air. In an unknown cave in the dark forest, there was still a faint glow of fire. Search for the latest updates here. Ron sat cross-legged on the ground with a focused expression. In front of him was his mentor, Homelin. He was like a void projection, floating in the air like a cloud of black smoke. Homelin wasn't just Ron's mentor in necromancy. He was also Ron's most important guide in life. Ron had learned a lot of life philosophy from him. These things were enough for him to enjoy for the rest of his life. Homelin's position in the Scourge Church was extremely high 100,000 years ago. This wasn't just because of his strength, but also because of his erudition. Magic, fighting aura, geography, history, exotic beasts. Homelin had dabbled in all kinds of things. To Ron, his vast knowledge was like an inexhaustible treasure trove, benefiting him greatly. Now, Homelin was going to teach him the art of forging. Arrange these bones according to the magic formation on them. As Homelin spoke, a green light shot directly between Ron's eyebrows. The shape of a magic formation immediately appeared in Ron's mind. Ron closed his eyes and carefully observed the magic formation. The magic formation was circular in shape. Within the circle, there were extremely complex veined patterns. On the four sides of the circle, there were four smaller magic formations independent of the circle. The forging formation was a magic formation used to forge weapons and equipment. It had the effect of furnace. What Ron needed to do was to arrange the bones of exotic beasts, one of the magic materials he'd collected today, according to the magic formation. Even the order couldn't be wrong. Ron took a deep breath. Suddenly, he grabbed a bone from the ground and moved his hands as if they were flying. In a short while, he finished carving a magic array. An extremely complicated pattern appeared on the ground in front of Ron. This pattern was exactly the same as the one in his mind. At this moment, the magic array seemed to come alive, emitting a faint black light. Did it work? Ron was stunned by the strange scene in front of him. This is just the conical shape of the magic array. It's still far from success. Hamelin said casually. The next step is the star position. Remember, you can't make a single mistake. Yes, Grandpa Hamelin. Ron nodded. He grabbed another bone and inserted it into the magic circle one by one according to the star position of the magic circle on the ground. According to Hamelin's instructions, there were hundreds of bones in the magic circle. Not a single one could be inserted wrongly. The bones in the magic circle were of different lengths, but the length of the bones in each position was fixed. The bones Ron collected from the Chamber of Commerce were of different lengths and thicknesses. They were obviously not up to standard. However, this wasn't a problem for Ron as a necromancer. He could use the skeleton restoration spell to make the bones grow according to his will. Making this magic circle wasn't an easy task. Ron worked for more than 2 hours. In this cold weather, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At this time, Hamelin, who had been staring at Ron, frowned and said, "You inserted it wrong. Start again." "It's not wrong." Ron looked at the magic circle blankly. "The position is correct, but the order is wrong. Start again," Hamelin said casually. His voice had an unquestionable tone. In terms of imparting knowledge, Hamelin was like a strict teacher. He didn't give any face. The magic circle was almost complete, but he still wanted him to start again. Ron nodded. With a wave of his hand, all the pornographic novels flew up and fell to the side. The result of more than 2 hours of hard work was destroyed. The magic circle is a rigorous job. You can't make the slightest mistake. You put the bone spurs in the wrong order. This magic circle is relatively simple. You can still succeed even if you make a mistake, but it won't be good for your growth. Some large-scale magic circles can't be wrong at all, Hamelin said. Ron also understood Hamelin's grandfather's painstaking efforts. Although he was a little depressed, he didn't complain. He picked up a bone and inserted it again. Perhaps it was because it was the second time, but Ron's technique was much more skillful. His speed was obviously faster than before. The bone spurs were inserted and erected like building blocks. Not long after, a magic circle gradually took shape. Ron inserted the bone in the last position, the eye of the circle. At this time, something strange happened. The black magic circle emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the whole cave. The light went straight out of the cave. The bone spurs emitted threads of strange black energy. The energy kept gathering in the eye of the circle. The energy gathered in the eye of the circle quickly turned into a black ball of light. The ball of light was expanding, getting bigger and bigger. Whoosh! A sound was heard. The black ball of light became bigger. It left the eye of the circle and floated up. "Success!" Ron exclaimed. His sweaty face was filled with the joy of success. The black ball of light kept spinning in the air. The magic circle below was continuously supplying it with energy. It's still early. At best, this is only the completion of a forging magic circle. The next step is the most difficult one, forging. Hamelin's face had a smile, but he didn't forget to pour cold water on Ron. "Ron, this magic circle can only be maintained for a limited time. Quick, throw in the materials and start forging," Hamelin said. "Yes." Ron's heart trembled. He immediately followed Hamelin's instructions and threw in the materials he collected one by one. The first was the bones of a level 4 exotic beast, the blackback wild boar. This was the main material for forging the bone staff. Ron picked up the blackback wild boar's bones. The black ball of light seemed to have a suction force, directly sucking in the materials in his hand. The black ball of light was transparent, and Ron could clearly see all the movements inside. He saw that the bones were scattered, as if they were floating on the surface of water. Put your hand on the 2 small circular magic circles and pour in your soul force. "Quick," Hamelin urged. Ron didn't dare delay. He quickly put his hand on 2 of the 4 small circular magic circles. Then, with a thought, he poured in his soul force. At this time, the forging magic circle shone brightly. Traces of energy seeped into the black ball of light through the bone spikes on the ground. The black ball of light seemed to come to life, and a black flame appeared inside. Ron felt his soul connect with the black ball of light. Every movement of the black ball of light was under his control, especially the flames inside. He could manipulate them as he wished. Homelin said, "Concentrate and start forging." "Yes." Ron nodded. Under his control, the black flames inside the ball of light burned brightly, roasting the blackback wild boar's bones. Soon, the bones showed signs of melting. "Throw in those iron ingots," Homelin ordered. Ron did as he was told. "Increase your soul force." "Ron, your firepower is too weak right now." Ron increased his soul force, and the black flames inside became even stronger. The iron ingots also began to melt, turning into a pool of molten iron. The black ball of light emitted a blazing heat. Ron's head was already covered in sweat, dripping to the ground. A large amount of soul force came out of his body and poured into the magic circle. The magic circle's energy became stronger and brighter. He followed Hummelin's instructions and put the materials one by one into the black ball of light. The black ball of light was like a hodgepodge. All kinds of materials were simply piled together and floating in the air. Soon, these materials began to condense and combine. Gradually, a bone-like object appeared in Ron's line of sight. At this time, the black ball of light emitted a dazzling white light and then began to shatter. "Gotcha!" The black ball of light shattered, and a white, jade-like bone staff floated above the magic circle. Success! Ron jumped in joy. At this time, he felt a pain in his head. It turned out that he had hit the ceiling. Ron ignored the pain and got up. He grabbed the bone staff from the magic circle and excitedly said, "Grandpa Homelin, I did it. Well done." Homelin's face was full of smiles. The bone staff was about 7 to 8 inches long, and there was a strange ball-like protrusion at the top. There were a few scattered spikes on it, and the body of the staff was as smooth as white jade. It was cold to the touch, and its surface was full of a heavy metallic texture. When Ron held the bone staff in his hand, he felt a strange power spread throughout his body. Just by holding it in his hand, Ron felt that he had become much stronger. It was like a warrior holding a kitchen knife and a sword. The two were completely different. So powerful. Ron sighed. "This is my weapon, a weapon that belongs to necromancers. I don't feel any discomfort when holding in my hand." You succeeded on your first try." "Not bad." Homelin laughed, "But this bone staff isn't that good. It's only a low-grade weapon. If you have enough materials, you can forge a mid-grade or high-grade weapon." Ron played with the bone staff in his hand lovingly. He felt that the size, weight, and texture of this little thing were all to his liking. He asked, "Grandpa Homelin, what's the name of this bone staff?" "This is the lowest grade bone staff. It's forged from the bones of a 4th-grade exotic beast, the blackback wild boar." Homelin chuckled. "Many people know how to make this little thing. At that time, we called it the pig bone staff." Pig bone. Ron was sweating profusely. Although it was forged from the bones of a 4th-grade exotic beast, why did the name sound so strange? Cough. Seeing Ron's suspicious gaze, Homelin regained his serious expression. "It's a weapon. It's fine as long as it's useful. The name isn't too important. Don't fuss over it." "Oh." Ron nodded, half believing and half doubting. "Try it out. I'm sure it'll give you a pleasant surprise," Homelin said with a smile. "All right." Ron nodded. He held the pig bone staff with 3 fingers as if he was holding a baton. He muttered an incantation, and a green light appeared. Bone spike. Chapter 48. Ron widened his eyes in shock. The power of the bone spike this time was completely beyond his expectations. Amazing. Having a weapon and not having one are 2 completely different things. Ron was pleasantly surprised as he held the bone staff in his hand and felt its heavy texture. Search for the latest updates here. Seeing Ron's joy, Homelin smiled disapprovingly. "What's this?" You're only holding the lowest grade white staff in your hand. Its power can still be improved. It can still be improved. Ron was already shocked by the bone staff's power. Hearing Homelin say that it could still be improved, he was even more delighted. Grandpa Homelin, what should I do? Enchantment. Homelin smiled faintly and spat out a sentence. Enchantment? Ron heard another unfamiliar term. Yes, enchantment. Homelin smiled. Enchantment is a process of upgrading a weapon. It requires the essence of exotic beasts. Ron, do you have any beast essence cores? Exotic beasts essence. Ron's eyes lit up when he heard this. He dug around in his spatial bag and took out 2 diamond-shaped crystals. Grandpa Hoglin, I happen to have 2. These 2 essence cores belong to the 2 crimson firewolves. Ron had been reluctant to sell them all this time. That's right, these are the essence cores of exotic beasts. Looks like you encountered an exotic beast and killed it. Homelin studied it for a while and smiled. It looks like this is the essence core of a 4th grade exotic beast, the lowest grade. However, it's enough to upgrade your bone staff. Ron was overjoyed when he heard this. Grandpa Homelin, how do I enchant it? Homelin smiled faintly. Don't worry, Ron. Listen to me slowly. This question has to start with the weapon. He cleared his throat and said, the current weapons are mainly divided into 4 grades. The first grade is azure, the second is aquamarine, the third is gold, and the fourth is dark gold. Take your bone staff, for example. It hasn't been enchanted, so it can only be considered white rank, which means it's unranked. As for enchantment, it requires the use of an exotic beast's essence core. Each essence core can only be enchanted once, and the failure rate of enchantment is extremely high. If it fails once, the essence core will disappear. The second time, the third time, perhaps it won't even succeed once after 10 tries. The higher the grade of the weapon, the higher the failure rate of enchantment. Although everyone knows how to enchant, the failure rate is so high that it makes many people shrink back. Many mercenaries and adventurers were left penniless by the demons. Ron was dumbfounded when he heard this. He had heard from the Chamber of Commerce in St. Quialo that the price of his magic core was 1,000 gold coins. 2 of them would be 2,000 gold coins. If the enchantment failed, the 2,000 gold coins would be gone. Ron asked stutteringly, then, Grandpa Homelin, if I were to enchant now, what would be the success rate? Homelin shook his head. I'm afraid not even 10%. Even if I gave you 10 exotic beast essence cores, it would already be amazing if you could turn your bone staff to azure rank. Oh, Ron's eyes dimmed. So there's no hope? He was a little depressed. If he had a powerful weapon, it would be better to avenge his grandfather. Homelin smiled again. Actually, that's not the case. Due to the high failure rate of enchantment, there was a profession called enchanter. Through the hands of enchanters, the success rate of enchantment on weapons is greatly increased. Enchanter? Yes. Huamelin smiled. Some genius enchanters can even successfully enchant their weapons 4 times in a row. Think about it. You only need 4 exotic beast essence cores to upgrade your weapon to dark gold rank. Compared to others, how many essence cores did you save? Enchanters are the most profitable profession in the world. Homelin paused for a moment, then continued. To be honest, enchanters aren't that amazing. It's just 7 parts skill, 2 parts experience, and 1 part luck. However, I have to emphasize that 1 part luck is the most important. Ron thought for a moment, then asked, Grandpa Homelin, can I become an enchanter? He really wanted to upgrade his weapon. Right now, he was already so good at using white rank weapons. If he could successfully enchant that bone staff, how much stronger would his strength be? Of course you can. Homelin smiled. I've said it before. There's nothing mysterious about enchantment. It's just extracting the elemental energy from exotic beast essence cores and injecting it into a weapon. During the process, you have to try your best to maintain the balance and stability of the elemental energy. This requires a lot of concentration and care. If you're not careful, the elemental energy will scatter and the enchantment will fail. The energy will be stripped away, and the essence core will lose its function. Therefore, only a high success rate will prevent the essence core from being wasted. He smiled again, then asked, Ron, do you want to become an enchanter? Ron thought for a moment, then nodded with a determined look in his eyes. I really want to give it a try. Grandpa Homelin, teach me how to enchant. Sure. Homelin nodded, then smiled mysteriously. But before that, you have to prepare something first. In the Holy Roman Empire's St. Giallo city, a masked Ron appeared there again. Compared to the last time, he was even more low-key. He noticed that the streets of St. Giallo city were filled with his portrait. It seemed that the disappearance of Holy Son Guderian had alerted the Holy See. Ron found Peoples. When Peoples saw him, his eyes lit up. He bowed and saluted. And after Ron rewarded him with 10 gold coins, he left gratefully under the envious gazes of many friends. The Europa Chamber of Commerce. Ron said and did not say anything else. He knew that the more he spoke, the more likely he would make mistakes. Peoples brought Ron to the entrance of the Europa Chamber of Commerce. Go ahead. I'll call you if I need anything. Ron said calmly. Yes, Sir Mercenary. I'll be right across the alley. If you need anything, just say the word. Peoples said tactfully and left. Generally speaking, friends could follow customers into the Chamber of Commerce. Some would even participate in the bargaining, but some customers did not like to be followed. Sir, how may I be of service to you? After entering the Europa Chamber of Commerce, a sweet voice was heard. It was the long-haired girl who had served Ron before. The long-haired girl also recognized Ron. So it's, Sir, welcome to our Chamber of Commerce again. Ron's attire was exactly the same as last time. He was also wearing a black mask. The long-haired girl did not know how to address him, so she could only use Sir instead. Sir, are you here to buy something or to sell something? The long-haired girl asked. Buy low and sell high. It was the same everywhere. The Europa Chamber of Commerce was no exception. Not only did they sell, but they also bought, as long as the price was right. Ron nodded and said in a hoarse voice, Do you have the blood essence of exotic beasts here? Blood essence of exotic beasts? The long-haired girl was a little surprised. Not many people bought such things. She nodded. Sir, what level of exotic beast blood essence are you looking for? The higher the level, the better. Ron hesitated. But I'd like to know, how much are the different levels of exotic beast blood essence? The blood essence of a 4th grade exotic beast will cost 20 gold coins per bottle. The blood essence of a 5th grade exotic beast will cost 40 gold coins per bottle. The blood essence of a 6th grade exotic beast will cost 80 gold coins per bottle. The price of its blood essence will double for every level of the exotic beast. The long-haired girl said in one breath. The long-haired girl paused. But the highest level available in the Europa Chamber of Commerce is level 9 exotic beast blood essence. I'm afraid you'll have to wait if you want more. But you can pay a deposit first. So expensive? Ron was startled. Last time he bought so many materials, it only cost him more than 3,000 gold coins. Now, the price of exotic beast blood essence alone was so high. According to the long-haired girl's price, the highest level blood essence of a level 9 beast from the Europa Chamber of Commerce cost 640 gold coins per bottle. According to Holm Merlin's grandfather, if he wanted to buy 20 bottles, it would cost 12,800 gold coins. Ron couldn't afford it. It's not expensive, sir. You should know that mercenaries are risking their lives when hunting exotic beasts. The slightest carelessness will result in a complete wipeout. The higher the level of the exotic beast, the stronger it is, and the more dangerous it is. The long-haired girl paused and continued politely. Besides, the price of our Chamber of Commerce is the fairest. If you find cheaper goods elsewhere, sir, you can return them unconditionally within 3 days. The long-haired girl's sharp tongue left Ron speechless. He weighed the remaining money in his hand and found there were more than 900 gold coins left. He gritted his teeth and said, Give me 20 bottles of level 5 exotic beast blood essence. Back in the cave in the dark forest, Ron sat cross-legged on the dry grass, quietly looking at Homelin's shadow. Grandpa Homelin, can we start now? Homelin smiled, Not yet. We still need to prepare something. Ron showed a puzzled expression. Enchantment actually only requires weapons and exotic beast essence cores. The reason why I asked you to buy the exotic beast blood essence is that we still need to use something else. Homelin smiled. Enchantment cards. Enchantment cards? That's right, enchantment cards. They can stabilize the elemental forces and allow the enchanter to better control them, greatly increasing the success rate of enchantment. Homelin smiled. However, even with the enchantment cards, it doesn't mean that the enchantment will succeed. It only reduces the chances of failure. To be precise, it's because the enchantment cards stabilize the violent elemental forces within the exotic beast essence cores that the enchanter can better control them and achieve the goal of successful enchantment. Homelin raised his head. Now, let's start crafting the enchantment cards. At this moment, the shape of a card appeared in Ron's mind. A mysterious magic formation was inscribed on both the front and back of the card. According to the method Homelin taught him, Ron used the exotic beast blood essence to inscribe the magic formation on a special piece of paper. With his previous experience with forging formations, he was no longer unfamiliar with magic formations. The enchantment cards were inscribed with the blood essence of exotic beasts. The intricate brown patterns added a sense of mystery to them. The magic formations inscribed on the enchantment cards couldn't be easily copied. Among the few arcs were to place the pen, where to stop the pen, and when to reverse and reverse. These were all very particular. If any of the procedures were wrong, the enchantment card would lose its effect. It would just be an ordinary drawing. Chapter 49. Before long, 2 enchantment cards appeared in Ron's hands. The mysterious magical array on the palm-sized card was emitting a strange light. This small card had taken a lot of Ron's energy, and more than half of the exotic beast blood essence had been consumed. About 5 bottles of exotic beast blood essence were needed to make one small enchantment card. During the process, Ron had been careless and wasted 2 of the cards. He only had enough blood essence left to make 2 more. Search for the latest update here. 2 enchantment cards cost 400 gold coins. Because of his mistake, 400 gold coins had disappeared without a trace. Ron was extremely vexed. With the enchantment cards, your enchantment success rate will increase. Now let's begin, Homelin said. Ron nodded. With a flash, 2 diamond-shaped exotic beast cores appeared in his hands. These were the cores he had obtained from the 2 exotic beasts, the Crimson Firewolves. The Europa Chamber of Commerce had offered him 900 gold coins for them, but he had been reluctant to sell them. Today, they finally came in handy. Homelin glanced at them. Level 4 exotic beast cores can only be used to make weapons with inferior attributes. But for you, it's enough. Ron was surprised. Grandpa Homelin, what is inferior attribute? Huamelin explained. The so-called attribute refers to the level of the exotic beast's essence core you enchant your weapon with. For example, the bone staff in your hand can only be enchanted with the essence cores of exotic beasts at level 4, 5, and 6. A weapon enchanted with a level 4 exotic beast essence core would be of low attribute. A level 5 exotic beast essence core would be of medium attribute, and a level 6 exotic beast essence core would be of high attribute. As for a mid-grade weapon, it would require the essence cores of exotic beasts at level 7, 8, and 9. Similarly, a mid-grade weapon enchanted with a level 7 exotic beast essence core would be of low attribute. Homelin paused for a moment before continuing. There is a huge difference in power between weapons with superior attribute and inferior attribute. You will know this when you have a weapon with superior attribute. Oh, I see. Ron nodded in realization. He tilted his head and thought for a while, then asked, But Grandpa, what if I enchant this bone staff with a level 7 exotic beast core? Will it be more powerful? Homelin shook his head. Impossible. High-level exotic beast cores can't be enchanted with inferior weapons, but on the contrary, they can be enchanted with superior weapons. Seeing Ron's puzzled look, Merlin explained, For example, a weapon is like a cup, and the essence core is the water. The capacity of the cup is limited, and the type of cup determines how much water can be put into it. If a small cup is put into a large plate of water, the cup will definitely burst. It's the same for weapons. Due to the materials used, low-grade weapons can't withstand the massive and violent elemental energy of high-grade, exotic beast essence cores. That way, the weapon will shatter or even disappear, but high-grade weapons can accept the energy of low-grade exotic beast essence cores. But then again, if a high-grade weapon uses low-grade exotic beast essence cores, the weapon will be useless. Could it be that only the essence cores of exotic beasts of the same level can be used to enchant weapons? Ron understood a little. Hamelin nodded. Yes. The level of a weapon is determined by the level of the first exotic beast core you enchanted. For example, if you enchanted this bone staff with a level 4 exotic beast core, you'll have to use an exotic beast core of the same level when you want to upgrade it. Otherwise, the balance of energy within the weapon will be broken, and the weapon will break. I see. After hearing Hamelin's explanation, Ron, who knew nothing about weapons, finally understood some knowledge about weapons. Hamelin continued talking. Soon, the sky turned dark. His pure seduction broadened Ron's horizons, as if he had entered a whole new world. Now, you can begin the enchantment. Hamelin smiled. Ron, remember, during the enchantment process, you have to be completely focused on controlling the energy inside the exotic beast core. You can't be careless in the slightest. If you're not careful, you'll fail. Grandpa Hamelin, I'll be careful. Ron closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. He took a deep breath, suppressed his nervousness, and said, Don't worry. Ron grabbed a piece of exotic beast's essence core and sensed the powerful energy elements inside. It was as if the essence core had a life of its own, stirring restlessly. With a thought, he began the enchantment process according to the method Hamelin had taught him. A powerful soul force seeped in and slowly extracted the energy inside the core. A faintly discernible gas-like substance slowly seeped out from the surface of the core. It was extremely gentle. Be careful. This energy isn't easy to control. Hamelin reminded in a low voice. Ron immediately gathered his thoughts and guided the energy toward the bone staff. The moment the gas came into contact with the bone staff, it seemed to stick to it. Under Ron's control, the remaining gas-like energy continued to seep into the bone staff. Pornographic novels, the gas-like energy in the core grew more and more. Gradually, the bone staff began to emit a green glow. Azure Undead Bone Staff. Feeling the increasing energy in the bone staff, Ron couldn't help but feel excited. His bone staff would soon become an Azure rank weapon. Compared to his original white rank weapon, there was a huge difference. As the energy was extracted, the exotic beast core gradually became empty, turning into a white crystal-like object. Not long after, the crystal shattered into a pile of powdery substance that scattered with the wind. Ron's enchantment had reached the most crucial step. A faint green glow appeared on the surface of the bone staff, forming a sphere around it. With a thought from Ron, the green sphere gradually shrank. As the green sphere shrank, the glow on the bone staff grew brighter and brighter. Ron didn't even dare to breathe loudly. However, the enchantment had reached the final stage. Enchantment. Ron's eyes shone. He clenched his teeth and controlled the remaining energy to surge into the bone staff. No, it's too rushed. Hamelin said anxiously when he saw the situation wasn't looking good. As expected, Ron felt the forcefully sealed energy showing signs of instability, as if it would break out of his body at any moment. He was already losing control. Use the enchantment card to stabilize the berserk energy quick, Hamelin said anxiously. When Ron heard this, he immediately grabbed an enchantment card from the ground. With a thought, a wave of soul force surged out and activated the magic array on the enchantment card. The enchantment card shone brightly and immediately turned into a ball of flame in his hand. Ron threw the burning flame card at the bone staff. No, it's too late. Hamelin saw the glow of the bone staff starting to disperse and knew it was bad. He wanted to remind Ron not to use the enchantment card to avoid wasting it, but it was already too late. Ron also felt the pure energy inside the bone staff going out of control. It was already too late when he threw the enchantment card. At this time, the bone staff suddenly shone brightly. However, the green glow started to disperse and gradually turned white, scattering specks of white light. "Huh!" A sound was heard. The glow dissipated and the bone staff fell to the ground, as if solemnly announcing to Ron that the enchantment had failed. Ron grabbed the bone staff from the ground. It was still the same as before, not changing at all. "It failed," Ron said dejectedly. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. It had only been a short moment since the enchantment started, and he had already lost a level for exotic beast core worth 900 gold coins and an enchantment card worth 200 gold coins. They were already worth 1,100 gold coins. Such a huge investment, yet there was no effect. This made him extremely depressed. "It's all right. Try again if you fail. You still have an exotic beast core and an enchantment card. If you're careful, you still have a chance of succeeding." Homelin consoled him. Ron smiled bitterly. "The money I painstakingly saved up is gone again. It seems like enchanting is an extremely costly profession. 1,100 gold coins vanish from the face of the earth just like that." Hee. Homelin smiled disapprovingly. "Your level for exotic beast core is just child's play. Every enchanter is built with money. Without enough practice and experience, it's impossible to become an enchanter. And every experiment means money." He smiled and continued, "Let's try again. It's not difficult to enchant a low-tier weapon. Ordinary enchanters can do it, not to mention you still have an enchantment card in your hand." Ron nodded. He decided to try again. Holding the beast core in his hand, he carefully drew out the energy from the core and slowly seeped it into the bone staff. At the same time, a faint green glow appeared on the bone staff. As energy was continuously poured in, the green glow grew brighter and brighter. Ron was already familiar with the second enchantment. His technique and posture were very professional. Homelin nodded inwardly when he saw this. This child indeed had the talent to become an enchanter. Before long, the energy from the exotic beast core in Ron's hand was drawn out, turning into powder and disappearing. On the other side, the enchantment was also at its final stage. Ron's forehead was covered in cold sweat. His heart was thumping nonstop, as if it was going to jump out of his throat. His hands were also trembling uncontrollably. This was the most critical moment. Success or failure depended on this one move. Enchantment. Ron gritted his teeth. All the energy swarmed towards the bone staff. The bone staff also emitted a strong green glow. At this moment, Ron felt his hand tremble. The energy in the bone staff started developing again. His heart sank to the bottom. Homelin was also watching all this anxiously. Seeing the energy overflowing from the bone staff, a bad feeling flashed through his heart. Ron is still not very familiar with it. Without waiting for Homelin's reminder, Ron made a prompt decision. He picked up the enchantment card in his hand. With a thought, the enchantment card turned into a ball of fire, sprinkling it directly on the bone staff. A glaring light shone once again. Ron's vision turned green. Under the suppression of the enchantment card, he felt the berserk energy in the bone staff start stabilizing, gradually calming down. At this time, the bone staff shone brightly. The green glow illuminated the entire cave. Success? Ron opened his eyes wide in shock, disbelief in his eyes. Immediately, a trace of joy appeared on his face. That was because he saw the small bone staff in the light. Green energy circulated on the bone staff, emitting a faint glow. Undead's Azure Grade Boar Bone Staff. It was finally complete. Chapter 50. I've done it, Grandpa Homelin. Ron's heart was filled with excitement as he grasped the greenish pig bone staff in his hand. His face was beaming with joy. Homelin's eyes were full of smiles. Let me see how much more powerful the Azure Bone Staff has become. Ron was impatient. Search for the latest updates here. He gripped the bone staff in his hand and silently chanted an incantation. He was already very familiar with a low-level necromancy spell like the Bone Spike and could now silently cast it. Not long after, a white bone spur was formed and appeared in his palm. "Go!" Ron raised his hand, and the bone spike shot towards the stone wall of the cave like a hidden weapon. With a bang, the bone spike drilled into the stone wall, leaving behind a small hole of unfathomable depth. This gave Ron quite a fright. What surprised him wasn't the power of the bone spike, but its speed. The current speed of the bone spike was more than twice as fast as before. So fast, using the Azure Grade Bone Staff is indeed different. Ron stuck out his tongue. Not only that, the speed at which I use necromancy spells has greatly increased. There's a huge difference between having a weapon and not having one. Even if a normal person is holding a kitchen knife, they're still much more powerful than a normal person. Homelin chuckled. Ron was suddenly filled with confidence as he held the 30-centimeter long bone staff and felt the flow of energy within it. A benevolent face suddenly flashed across Ron's mind, looking at him with concern. "Grandpa." Ron's eyes reddened, and tears almost fell. "Grandpa Homelin, I want to take revenge." Ron grasped the bone staff in his hand tightly and said in a resolute tone, "Grandpa was so good to me, but he died in the hands of evil people in the end. Now that I have a certain level of strength, if I still don't take revenge for him, I'd be ashamed to be his grandson." Ron raised his head and looked at Homelin. Homelin smiled. "Go, child. You've endured for so long for your hatred. It's time for you to explode." With Homelin's support, Ron was even more confident. At this time, Homelin continued, "Ron, but remember one thing. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Remember, don't kill the innocent just because you're strong." Homelin was worried that excessive killing would accumulate Ron's evil tendencies. The more evil tendencies accumulated, the more murderous his nature became. When killing became a habit, people would lose themselves. Homelin hoped that Ron could become a powerhouse standing at the peak of the world, and not a demon that only knew how to kill. Ron's heart trembled when he heard this. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. During this period of time, he had killed a lot of people. Although it was a life and death struggle, he never left anyone alive every time he launched a sneak attack. In just a few months, Ron almost couldn't recognize himself. He looked at his hands as if they were stained with blood. Pornographic novels, have I really changed? Ron was stunned for a while. Then he raised his head, looked at Homelin, and nodded heavily. "Grandpa, I understand." The snow was getting less and less, which indicated that spring was coming. Even so, the night wind was still bone-chilling. The snow turned into water, and the water condensed into ice. When people walked on the slippery path, it was easy to slip if they were not careful. It was unknown when a thin figure appeared outside the Naka Manor. A pair of dark eyes shot out the light of hatred. Ron was like a cat, tiptoeing close to the wall. He pointed the cyan bone staff in his hand, and a black ball of light appeared in his palm. The black ball of light grew bigger and bigger, and gradually turned into the shape of a bird. He raised his hand, and the bird flew into the air. The crow flew close to the windowsill of the castle like Naka Manor. A pair of small-mung bean-like eyes looked inside. Through the crow's eyes, Ron could see the situation inside clearly. The Naka Manor was still lit. The fireplace inside was burning, and the whole room was warm. There was a long square table inside. The table was filled with gorgeous lamps and lanterns. The young maid brought a plate of round, covered things to the table. The cover was opened, and there was extremely delicate food inside. There were 3 people sitting at the table. They were Gerald, Chitley, and a girl. Because her back was facing him, Ron couldn't see her face. He could only see her golden curly hair. He didn't know why Gerald and Chitley were extremely polite to her. His gaze swept across Chitley and Gerald's face. Ron's eyes flashed with killing intent. He would never forget how these nobles treated human life like grass. Not only did they kill people, but they also sent people to kill them. They forced him, who had no ability to resist, into a dead end. If it wasn't for Grandpa Homelin teaching him necromancy magic, Ron feared that he wouldn't even have the chance to take revenge. At this time, Ron heard a voice say, "Uncle Gerald, I think you're making a big fuss over a small issue." Ron was startled. This voice clearly had a child's voice. It didn't seem to be old. Gerald laughed bitterly. "I don't want to either. But this kid is unfathomable. I also can't figure out his strength. Alas, now everyone in the Holy See is busy. They sent people everywhere to look for this necromancer on. Even Holy Son Guderian was dispatched. But until now, there's no news at all," Gerald said in annoyance, casting a dissatisfied glance at Chitley. "It's all your cousin's fault for being useless. If you had been a bit more ruthless and killed him with a sword, there wouldn't be so much trouble now," Chitley said with grievance. "I also didn't expect that this lowly commoner would cause so much trouble. If I had known—" All right. The girl waved her hand in annoyance. "Listening to your complaints is making my ears grow calluses." During this period of time, Gerald was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. He was on tenterhooks day and night. Especially after the death of Groot and the failure of the temporary mission, Gerald and his son were even more alarmed. He couldn't figure out Ron's strength and could only ask the Salter family for help. But the Salter family didn't want to care about this. Wasn't it a joke to be afraid of a necromancer's revenge after becoming enemies with him? So the Salter family also didn't care. This made Gerald very anxious. He used many methods and even used his sister's power to invite the young lady of the Salter family, the genius girl God-Eli. God-Eli was the genius of the Salter family. At a young age, she had already shown great talent in magic. At the age of 13, she had already obtained the qualifications of a beginner mage and was now marching towards an intermediate mage. If it weren't for Jordan's mother's pleas and the fact that she was usually good to her, God-Eli wouldn't have come to a broken place like Manor Naka. "Uncle Gerald, it can't go on like this. You can't expect me to protect you for a lifetime, right?" God-Eli made a helpless gesture. Her voice was slightly dissatisfied. "I've already been here for 7 days. How many more days do you plan on letting me stay? If this goes on, my studies will also be wasted." Gerald and his son looked at each other. They had no choice but to take one step at a time, especially Gerald. These 2 days, he felt his right eyelid twitching, as if foreboding that something bad was going to happen. Something's not right. At this time, God-Eli frowned. "I don't know why, but I've been feeling that something has been secretly spying on us since just now." God-Eli stood up and scanned the surroundings. Ron saw a pretty side profile. Although it couldn't compare to Lin in human form, it was still very beautiful. God-Eli was about 13 or 14 years old. She was like a natural noble girl, generous and elegant. She had a maturity that didn't match her age at such a young age. Perhaps it was this maturity that made her known as a genius. In the Salter family, her status was above Jordan. God-Eli's gaze fell on the crow on the windowsill. Her frown deepened. "The weather is so cold. Why is there a bird on the windowsill?" "No, this isn't a bird." Mages cultivated their mental strength and were extremely sensitive to the movements of the outside world. She immediately realized that something was wrong. "Who's playing tricks? Get out here," God-Eli shouted. She took out a long magic staff from her space bag and released a fireball without hesitation towards the crow outside the window. "We've been discovered." Ron was shocked. Boom! The window was blown into pieces. The transparent glass shattered, and the crow that Ron had summoned also turned into ashes. After eliminating the eye that was spying on them, God-Eli didn't give up. She shouted, "I know you're nearby. If you don't come out, I won't be polite anymore." Interesting. This little girl has reached the level of a beginner mage at such a young age. "Ron, this girl's talent isn't below yours," Homelin said with a smile. Homelin's words provoked Ron's arrogance. He sneered. "This little girl should be their family. I'm afraid she'll stop me from taking revenge. But that's good too. Watch me take care of her in one go." Ron patted the skeletal warrior beneath him, and the skeletal warrior rose into the air. "Ron, your method of riding skeletons is really good. It makes up for the lack of movement speed of necromancers in the early stages." I dare say that in the tens of thousands of years since the scourged church dominated the continent of Amros, no one has ever thought of such a method. This is an epic-making innovation. Ron, you're also a genius in the history of necromancy. Homelin praised. Hearing Homelin's words, Ron puffed up his chest. He was more confident in dealing with the girl who was also a genius. Boom! Ron blasted open the door of the Infame Manor and barged in. What's wrong? What's going on? All the servants of Issei Manor were stunned by the loud noise. They saw a monster in front of them. The monster was wearing a long black cloak and a black mask covering his face. He was riding a ferocious skeleton, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Ron suddenly pulled off the mask on his face, revealing an angular face. You? Who are you? A servant looked at the uninvited guest and asked with fear and trepidation. Chapter 51. Hearing the loud noise from downstairs, Gelat and Chitley immediately rushed down. Seeing the person who had come, he was stunned. Ron's icy face emitted the radiance of vengeance. He was much more mature than when he had first met him in Maple Leaf Town. He was darker and taller, but Chitley immediately recognized him. When he saw Ron, his expression was as though he had seen a ghost. Search for the latest updates here. It's you? Ron's face didn't reveal the slightest killing intent. Instead, he smiled and said, Hee hee, Chitley, you still recognize me? That's great. I've come this time to find you, to repay a debt. Repay? Repay what debt? Chitley asked in a daze. What debt do I owe you? What debt? A life debt. Ron's gaze was filled with coldness. He gnashed his teeth and said, Give me back my grandfather's life. He. Chitley anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, he remembered that his genius cousin was here. Instead, his courage was boosted and his words became arrogant. And I was wondering who it was? So it's you, this damned bastard. Damn it, you think you can strut around after learning a bit of necromancy magic? Let me tell you, I've already sent people to deal with you. Just wait for your death. Compared to the arrogant Chitley, Gelat's expression was dignified. He smiled and said amiably, So you're on. This is the first time we've met. My child doesn't know how to speak properly. Please don't take it to heart. Ron's face tightened and he didn't say a word. Seeing that Ron didn't answer, Gelat laughed and continued, Ron, actually, that day was indeed a misunderstanding. That night, I sent those 3 people with the intention of apologizing to you, who knew that those guys misunderstood my intentions and thought that I wanted to silence you. Actually, why would I do that? Those incompetent fools instead caused a misunderstanding. Gelat lightly brushed over this matter and pushed the blame to those 3 people. Anyway, 2 of them were already dead, and there was still the housekeeper. He intended to push him out and use him as a scapegoat. As if I believe you. Ron sneered in his heart and continued to watch his performance. Gerald said hypocritically, How about this? I'll let my son apologize to you and give you appropriate compensation. Then, this matter will be over. What do you think? All right, Ron laughed. I accept your explanation. Seeing Ron smile, Gerald thought that he had agreed. He was overjoyed and a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that there was no problem in this world that couldn't be solved with money. The only difference was the amount. At this time, Ron said, The matter of you sending people to kill me is just a misunderstanding. Forget it, I won't bother about it. However, I saw Chitley kill my grandfather with my own eyes. I think, Mr. Gerald, this shouldn't be a misunderstanding, right? Gerald's face became extremely ugly. Sure enough, Ron continued, Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I don't want to recklessly kill people for revenge. You hand Chitley over to me, and there will be no more enmity between us. What do you think? Father, Chitley's arrogant expression had long disappeared without a trace. He was scared out of his wits as he loudly shouted, Your beggar grandpa was originally a dying man. What right do you have to say that I killed him? Why? He fiercely stared at Ron, as if he wanted to eat him up. Gerald's face was ashen. So you're saying that you want to force us into a dead end? Ron coldly smiled. Same to you. Weren't you the same in the beginning? Before Gerald could speak, a voice came from upstairs. Ron, even if Chitley did something wrong, don't go too far. Hearing this voice, Gerald and Chitley were overjoyed. They had long been looking forward to God Eli coming down to preside over the situation. However, the other party didn't have any intention of coming down. They were anxious but didn't dare to order the other party. You're Ron? You actually dare to come alone. You really have guts. At this time, God Eli slowly walked down the stairs, her eyes staring straight at Ron. However, it's not worth it to sacrifice your life for a dying old man. I suggest that we both take a step back. You're the magician who broke my necromancy magic, right? Ron smiled. For you to reach the level of a junior magician at your age, you're really amazing. That's necromancy magic? God Eli smiled. It's really interesting magic. However, with this level, you don't have the qualifications to behave atrociously in front of me. Ron smiled. I came here to seek revenge only for Chitley. I don't want to expand the hatred. Miss, do you intend to get involved? God Eli slowly took out her magic staff from behind her. Ron noticed that her magic staff was suffused with a dim golden light. She indifferently said, Gerald is my uncle, and Chitley can be considered my cousin. What do you think I'll do? In addition, you're very interesting. You're completely different from the other necromancers I've seen. I'm looking forward to your strength. I hope you won't disappoint me. Hearing the word interesting from Godeli's mouth showed her maturity. The Salter family had placed high hopes on her and practically trained her as the successor of the patriarch. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Ron waved the azure gray bone staff in his hand. Go. At this time, there was a commotion outside the door. Immediately after, the window made a loud, crashing sound. One by one, the skeleton warriors jumped in through the window. They held huge axes in one hand and huge shields in the other, letting out terrifying howls. A little interesting. Godeli's eyes turned red. She waved the magic staff in her hand. The fiery red gem at the top of the staff emitted traces of flames. She silently chanted an incantation, and not long after, small fireballs were shot out from her hand. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs exploded in the midst of the skeletons, and even the house was blown to smithereens. Ron wasn't willing to be outdone and fought back. For a moment, both sides were exchanging fire magic and necromancy magic. It was a joyous fight. However, Gerald's house suffered. Whether it was the door, the windows, the floor, or the furniture, they were all blown to smithereens by magic. Run, run, the house is about to collapse. Someone shouted, and all the servants in the Naka manor fled. Even Gerald and Chitley were no exception. They braved the danger of being bombarded by magic and quickly ran out of the door. Chitley panted heavily as he looked at Ron's figure. His eyes were full of disbelief. Impossible, his strength has actually reached such a powerful stage. He's fighting evenly with Cousin God Eli? Is this still necromancy magic? It's too terrifying. Gerald's expression was grave. He was secretly rejoicing that he had forcefully dragged God Eli into this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive tonight. However, he also had a trace of worry in his heart. If God Eli was defeated, impossible, God Eli wouldn't be defeated. She's the genius girl of the Salter family. Gerald desperately shook off this thought. Bone shield. Seeing the opponent's fireball flying towards him, Ron had nowhere to hide. He calmly summoned his bone shield and blocked the attack. At the same time, he took the opportunity to counterattack. Here, bone spear. A white bone spear was summoned. Ron pointed his bone staff forward, and the bone spear flew towards God Eli like an arrow. Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, God Eli clenched her teeth and released a spell that she usually didn't use easily. Teleport. God Eli's body emitted a flash of light and immediately disappeared. She appeared a few meters away in a flash, causing the bone spear to pierce nothing. What a powerful spell! Through Ron's eyes, Hamelin also saw this scene and exclaimed, "This is a bit like the most mysterious spatial magic in the legends, but it's much weaker than spatial magic." I didn't expect it to appear in a little girl's body. It seems that magic has evolved to a rather mature stage. Necromancy magic no longer has much of an advantage against magic. Exploding flame stone. God Eli wasn't willing to be outdone and summoned exploding flame stone to counterattack. The exploding flame stone was a level 4 spell. It was extremely powerful and would explode upon contact with the enemy. Ron blocked the exploding flame stone that was flying towards him. The stone shattered and formed a ring of fire that surrounded Ron. Go. Keep her busy and don't give her a chance to release her magic. Ron instantly escaped and said with clenched teeth. He still had lingering fears about the power of magic. If he had been a bit late, he would have been roasted like a pig. What a high-level magic duel. Gerald's face flashed with a trace of graveness. Necromancy magic. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Against God Eli, he's actually not at a disadvantage. At this time, Chitley couldn't help but ask worriedly, Father, do you think Cousin will win? She should. Gerald's face revealed a thoughtful expression. In terms of strength, the two of them should be about the same. Although Ron's attacks are very strange, he didn't gain any advantage against God Eli. Unfortunately, Ron has a shortcoming. What shortcoming? Weapons. Gerald laughed. Didn't you see? That Ron is holding a sky blue grade weapon, while God Eli is holding a dark gold grade weapon. If the opponent's strength surpasses hers by too much, any weapon would be meaningless. But if the difference in strength isn't too great, then the difference in weapons will become apparent. Oh, so that's how it is. Chitley was certain, and his face revealed a cruel smile. Hee. Father, if Cousin defeats him, don't be in a hurry to kill him. I'll slowly torture him before letting him die. Don't dream. Gerald poured a bucket of cold water on Chitley. At this level of strength, the result is that no one can kill the other. That Ron can still easily escape. This will make things even more troublesome for us. Who knows when he'll retaliate? Gerald said worriedly. At this time, the room filled with pornographic novels. Traces of bright light appeared. Immediately after, with a rumbling sound, Gerald's room finally couldn't withstand the combined attack of the powerful necromancy and magic. It collapsed with a bang, sending up a large amount of smoke and dust. Chapter 52. You're not bad. God Eli opened her mouth. I'm very surprised that your necromancy has reached such a level. As far as I know, necromancy isn't that powerful. You're not bad either. Ron smiled. God Eli was indeed very strong, especially when she was only 13 or 14 years old. Having such strength at such a young age made Ron feel ashamed. Search for the latest updates here. God Eli continued. I've dealt with necromancers before. Ron was startled. To be honest, they're a bunch of dirty, vulgar, and lowly commoners. No, they're even worse than commoners. God Eli smiled. The skeletons they summon don't have any attack power. They fall apart with a light touch. An ordinary person can kill them, but you're different from them. Your skeletons can even resist my magic bombardment. Godely laughed. Who the hell are you? I'm very curious. I've heard of a legend before. When necromancy is cultivated to the extreme, one will become an invincible existence. God Eli said with a smile. I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it a little. Ron took a deep breath and said, You're a worthy opponent. If you don't intend to intervene in this matter, then let's call it a day. Impossible. God Eli smiled. I only praised you a little. Do you think you've won? Ron waved the bone staff in his hand and smiled. I'm not that arrogant. If you're determined to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. What a strange weapon. God Eli glanced at the bone staff in his hand and laughed. You're very strong, but it's a pity that your weapon is too weak. It's only a sky green great staff. You'll be at a disadvantage if you fight me. Ron looked at the dark gold staff in God Eli's hand and secretly gritted his teeth. After that, God Eli no longer spoke nonsense. She waved the staff and attacked Ron again. Boom, boom, boom. The intense sound rang out again. The two 10-year-old children once again staged a thrilling magic battle on the Naka Manor. Both sides were tyrannical and did not give in to each other. The trees were blown to the side, and the Naka Manor was in a mess. Godilai was right. Compared to the other party, Ron's undead magic was clearly inferior. The magic cast by a dark gold ranked staff was extraordinarily powerful. Ron nearly vomited blood as he grew increasingly frustrated. He had a way to defeat Goldry, but he could not use it. Soul ignition was a secret technique that could only be used when one was on the brink of life and death. Furthermore, the risk of becoming an idiot was extremely high. If he couldn't take revenge this time, he could wait for the next time. However, if he became an idiot, he would never be able to take revenge for the rest of his life. Grandpa Homelin, her magic attack power is very strong. I'm not her opponent. Ron had no choice but to ask Homelin for help. Her weapon is too powerful, and it's a dark gold ranked one. In comparison, my weapon is trash. It's not on the same level as hers. So you think it's a problem with the weapon? Homelin smiled disapprovingly. Ron did not speak. He did not deny it. Pornographic novels. You're wrong. Homelin stretched out a finger and shook it. Do you still remember what I said about the 5 factors that determine the outcome of a battle between the strong? Strength, skill, wisdom, fighting spirit, luck. Ron said it all in one breath. He could remember every word Homelin said and could even recite it backwards. Among these factors, is there a weapon? Homelin laughed. Ron's heart was like a flash of lightning, and his heart brightened. Weapons are not the only factor that determines the outcome of a battle. Homelin laughed. Ron, even if you have the chance, your weapon can't be upgraded. This will cause you to be overly reliant on your weapon. You must learn how to use a white-ranked weapon, but you must also have the strength to defeat an opponent with a dark gold-ranked weapon. You must rely on the 5 factors that I said. Grandpa Homelin, I understand. Ron solemnly nodded. His eyes flashed. In a battle, strength was the most important thing. Without strength, one was nothing. With strength, it would depend on both parties' control of their strength. The skilled one would win. If both parties had the same conditions, it would depend on their wisdom. If both parties were extremely smart, then the rest would depend on whose fighting spirit was stronger. If all conditions were equal, then the final deciding factor would depend on which side the goddess of luck stood on. These things Homelin had taught Ron before. Now, it's time for him to use it flexibly. This girl's strength is about the same as mine, but her weapon is powerful. Overall, she is stronger than me. Ron pondered. Her skills are also very skilled, and her battle experience is also very rich. She doesn't seem like a novice. Therefore, the only thing that can determine the outcome is wisdom. Relying on wisdom to win was the key to victory. What are mages most afraid of? Close combat. I got it. Ron was delighted. He thought a method. At this time, Ron went berserk. Bone spurs, bone spears, and bone arrows. He splashed them at Godilai as if they were free. At the same time, all the skeleton warriors rushed towards her, making her flustered. Godilai used teleport to dodge his bone spear. It's useless. You will lose without a doubt. Godilai laughed. She seemed to see the dawn of victory. At this time, she seemed to have stepped on something, and a ka sound was heard. Godilai lost her balance. At this time, Ron made his move. Skeleton restoration spell. Behind Godilai, the skeletons on the ground suddenly regrouped. A skeleton warrior suddenly stood up. Godilai was shocked. She had just raised her magic staff, but it was knocked away by the bone sword in the skeleton warrior's hand. The dark gold magic staff flew into the air and fell to the ground. Godilai was shocked. Godilai knew very well what it meant for a mage to lose their magic staff. At this time, a bone spear appeared in between her eyebrows. I've lost. Godilai was quite open-minded. When a skeleton warrior pointed its sharp bone blade at her soft neck, she tactfully raised her hand. Godilai gritted her teeth. She was very unwilling to lose, but she had to admit that her opponent's wisdom was outstanding. This was a trap. The other party had purposely forced her here and used her to teleport. She couldn't teleport twice in a row. There was originally a skeleton here, but it was destroyed by her. No one would have expected the skeleton to suddenly stand up. She was caught off guard, and her weapon was knocked away. Although she could still use magic, there was no suspense about the outcome. Bone prison. Even if his opponent had lost her weapon, Ron still didn't dare to be careless. He chanted an incantation and summoned a bone prison. A few thick bones stretched out from the ground and surrounded her, making her unable to move. "Sorry, Uncle Gerald, I've already tried my best." Godeli raised her hands and said helplessly. Gerald didn't expect his niece to lose, and lose so quickly and thoroughly. The outcome was suddenly reversed. He didn't even have the mental preparation to escape. Run! This was the only thought in the frightened Gerald's mind. He didn't even think about it, and ran away, even leaving his son Chitley behind. Father! Chitley panicked. He didn't expect his father to abandon him and run away alone. Whoosh! A bone spear flew over and pierced through Gerald's body. His eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at the approaching Ron. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at him. "The Salter family will not let you go." He finished his last sentence, stomped his feet, and quickly breathed his last. "If I was afraid of your Salter family, would I still come for revenge?" Ron muttered to himself. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Chitley. "No, don't kill me." Chitley was already scared witless. He waved his hand and desperately retreated. His face was filled with panic. "Don't! I'll give you money. I'll give you money. So much money. I'll give you the entire Knockham Manor." Fear and regret were like insects, desperately gnawing at his hand. Chitley was indeed somewhat regretful now, regretting why he had gone to Maple Leaf Town, why he had provoked Ron's grandfather. But unfortunately, it was already too late for him to regret now. Moreover, if he hadn't seen the coffin, he feared that he wouldn't even know how to write the word regret. Cousin, save me, save me." Chitley rolled and crawled to the side of the bone prison. He grabbed the edge of the bone prison as if he was grabbing onto his last life-saving straw. Godeli didn't look at him. Instead, she looked at Ron and calmly said, "Do you want to kill me too?" "No." Ron shook his head. "I only want Chitley's life." Godeli sighed. She was only 13 years old, but her face revealed a maturity that didn't match her age. "Cousin, I've done my best. You should bear the consequences of your own mistakes." She then turned to Ron. "If you don't kill me, you might regret it in the future. Because I'll go back and train hard, then kill you." Ron smiled. "I won't do anything that goes against my principles. If you want revenge, then come. I'll be waiting for you." After he finished speaking, he ordered the skeleton warriors to carry Chitley, who had turned into a pile of mud, and swaggered off. Maple Leaf Town by the stone bridge, in front of Grandpa Zachary's grave. Ron knelt on the ground, holding a cup of turbid yellow wine in his hand. He slowly poured it on the ground and softly said, "Grandpa, I've come to see you again. I'm sorry I'm late." Ron brought his enemy to his grandpa's grave and comforted his spirit in heaven. At this moment, Chitley knelt on the ground with his hands tied behind his back. Snot and tears flowed down his face. "Lord Ron, Grandpa Ron, please let me go. Don't kill me. It's not my fault. Your grandpa was careless." It's my fault. I'll apologize to you." "Woo-woo. Don't kill me." Chitley began to speak incoherently. "It's all because of that damn Jordan. If not for him, After pouring a cup of wine, Ron heavily kowtowed 3 times. At this moment, the skeletal warriors behind Chitterley raised their blades and slashed down. Chitley's voice came to an abrupt stop. A head rolled far away, blood spurting out. He could no longer speak. "It's over." Looking at Chitley's corpse, Ron sighed. "Goodbye, Chitley. I hope you'll be a commoner in your next life and taste the pain of being oppressed. Perhaps when that day comes, you'll understand my feelings." A cold wind blew. Ron's heart did not feel the slightest bit of joy. On the contrary, it seemed even heavier. Hummelin faintly sighed. "No, it's not over yet." Ron suddenly raised his head. "I still have an enemy. He deserves to die even more than Chitley." After a while, the bone prison finally loosened and Godeli walked out. She quickly walked to her magic staff and picked it up. She then muttered to herself, "What a strange person. He actually didn't take my magic staff." Doesn't he know that this thing is the most valuable? Holding the dark gold magic staff in her hand, Gadilai once again had the desire to chase after him. After thinking for a while, she gave up. Forget it. Even if I chase after him, I might not be his match. Moreover, my magic power is almost exhausted. If I continue to fight, I might not have any chance of winning. Sorry, Uncle Gerard. Gadilai has already done her best. Chapter 53. Regarding the origin of the Holy Roman Empire, according to the historical records of the Noah continent, the Holy Roman Empire in the west and the Roman Empire in the east originally belonged to the same country. It was called the Roman Empire, but in current textbooks, it was called the Ancient Roman Empire. Many years after the establishment of the Ancient Roman Empire, due to a civil war, the huge Roman Empire collapsed overnight, and various countries became independent one after another. Among them, the most powerful was the Roman Empire, and there was also the new Roman Empire under the control of the Holy See, which was also called the Holy Roman Empire. Search for the latest updates here. The current emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, Charles XXVI, was originally the most inconspicuous prince of the Charles royal family. He was conferred the title of the new emperor by the Holy See. In the politics of the Holy Roman Empire, the Holy See was definitely a force that could not be ignored and could even influence the replacement of the royal family. The Holy Roman Empire's capital, St. Paulo. St. Paulo was the name of the founding emperor of the ancient Roman Empire. At that time, the capital was also named after him. Later, after the establishment of the Holy Roman Empire, the Holy See could not abolish it, so they could only add the word holy in front of the capital's name, and it had been used since then. As the imperial capital, Sao Paulo was naturally bustling with activity. The streets were filled with people from all over the world, and people from all over the world were here. Mercenaries, merchants, craftsmen, farmers, and even prostitutes. All kinds of professions could be found in St. Paulo City. Every street and shop was packed with people of all kinds of professions, and there were even people of other races. Ron spent nearly half a year to leave the dark forest and come to St. Paulo. Here, his horizons were broadened. He was like a countryman entering the city, looking left and right, dazzling his eyes. Every time he walked into a shop, there were so many materials that he couldn't finish looking at them in a day. Most of the materials were unfamiliar to Ron, but fortunately, there was an expert like Hamelin here, and Ron learned a lot. St. Giallo could be considered a big city, but compared to St. Paulo, it was still inferior. Wow, there's so many good things here. Ron ran to an open-air stall and said excitedly. This place sold all kinds of handicrafts, and each of them was very exquisite and beautiful. Most of them were holy angel statues of all sizes, and the carvings were very lifelike. Looking at Ron, the stall owner couldn't help but frown. After 6 months of trekking, Ron's current attire was similar to that of a little beggar. Coupled with his slightly childish face, he naturally became the type of person that the stall owner disliked the most. Shoo, shoo, shoo. You can't afford these things. Go away. The stall owner waved his hand in disgust. What's the big deal? After being chased away, Ron could only rub his nose and walk away resentfully. He looked at the price. Those angel statues cost at least 1 gold coin. It wasn't that Ron couldn't afford it, but that these things had no other use besides looking good. Hamelin was not surprised by the prosperity of St. Paulo. When he was in the continent of Omros, Undercity was much more prosperous than here. At this time, he couldn't help but ask, Ron, have you really decided to take revenge on that guy Jordan? Ron nodded calmly, his eyes revealing a look of resentment. Yes, my grandfather has always been at peace with others. If others gave him money, he would kowtow and thank them. If they didn't give him money, he would still smile. It was those guys who provoked him. If Chitley is the murderer who directly killed my grandfather, then Jordan and the others are the indirect murderers, Ron said firmly. I will never let him go. Hamelin sighed. Revenge is not a problem. The problem is that this is the capital of the Holy Roman Empire. Needless to say, there are many strong people here. With your current strength, I'm afraid Hamelin didn't continue. He didn't approve of Ron taking this risk. He could take revenge at any time, but the prerequisite was that he had the strength. According to Homeland's idea, under his guidance, Ron could at least break through to the master rank, which was the realm of Grand Magus Necromancer. With this kind of strength, revenge would not be a problem at all. He could even escape unscathed. However, Ron didn't want to wait. In this half a year, he had broken through again. He was now an intermediate necromancer and had learned some more powerful necromancy magic. He was now full of confidence. According to Homeland's idea, this kind of strength was insignificant in the capital of St. Paulo. The most dangerous thing was that necromancy magic practitioners were forbidden in the Holy Roman Empire. As long as Ron took action, the Holy See would know and hunt him down. However, if he didn't use necromancy magic, then he was no different from an ordinary person. "I know, Grandpa Homeland," Ron said. "I won't act rashly. I will think of a way to assassinate him secretly. Once I succeed, I will immediately escape. There won't be any trouble." Homeland could only agree. "Excuse me, how do I get to the Salter family?" In a small alley not far away, Ron waved his hand and called over a guide. He casually handed him 3 gold coins and asked. At the sight of the gold coin, Roulette was so excited that his eyes almost popped out. He hurriedly received the gold coin with a smile on his face. His eyes narrowed into slits as he said, "Oh, it's the famous Salter family. It's not far. Sir Mercenary, this way, please." "No need, just tell me the way." Ron refused. "It's just ahead. Turn left, and you'll reach it after a turn. That's the famous noble residential area in St. Paulo. Many great nobles live there." That guide said while nodding his head and bowing. His attitude was as humble as possible. For him, getting 3 gold coins for asking for directions was really a great deal. It was best if such a good thing came once a day. Ron nodded and left swiftly. The guide was right. This was indeed a noble residential area. On the wide and quiet streets, there were layers of castle-like courtyards. Every place was guarded by fully armored soldiers. It was separated from the commoners' residential areas. Those who lived here were all people of status. In the imperial city of St. Paulo, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it wasn't easy to build such a noble district. To be able to live in it, it was even more difficult. This wasn't something that could be done just by having money. Standing in front of the Salter family's main gate, Ron was worried. It was definitely impossible to enter with great fanfare. Not to mention the numerous powerhouses in the Salter family. Even if there were 100 trainees, he would not be able to deal with them. "Hey, come here." Just as Ron was thinking hard, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ron looked up and saw a woman in a maid's outfit. He could not tell if she was a middle-aged woman or a young girl. She waved at him and said, "Hey, it's you. Come here." "You're calling me?" Ron walked over doubtfully. He heard the woman say, You, and you. Move these big chests in for me." As she spoke, she pointed at a few commoners. These people seemed to be her hired workers. She treated Ron as one of her hired workers. The few people she pointed at quickly got to work. They lifted the big chests and were about to move them into the carriage. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help me. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you." The woman who looked like a maid said fiercely. She put her hands on her hips. It seemed like she would scold Ron if he did not help. Ron's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this a way to enter the Salter family? He smiled and quickly ran over to lift the chests. He did not know what was inside the chests. They were very heavy and required at least 6 hired workers to move them. The maid did not expect the weight of the chests and only hired 5 workers. She did not have enough manpower, so she had to call Ron, who was standing far away. As Ron carried the chests, he carefully looked at the few hired workers. Other than the 4 burly men, there was one who was thin and looked extremely frail. He did not know why the woman would ask such a person to do such heavy work. Seeing Ron's gaze, the thin and small hired worker pressed down the tattered felt banner on his head and lowered his head at the same time. The 6 of them carried the heavy chests and walked through a small side door. It was for the servants of the family to enter and exit The family members and distinguished guests would not use this door. Just leave it here. After passing through a maze-like winding staircase, they arrived in front of a room. The maid pointed at one of the rooms and said, "There are 3 more chests in the carriage. Go and move them all here." The maid stared at them as if they were thieves, as if she was afraid that they would steal something. As soon as she put down the chest, she immediately chased them out to move the things. Ron felt that each of the chests was heavier than the previous one. Although he had grown taller and stronger after living in the forest for more than a year, he still felt tired from doing such heavy work. After moving the last chest, the maid was rather straightforward and paid them 30 silver coins each. To the hired workers, this was a rare reward. The hired workers took the money and left with gratitude. Ron followed behind the hired workers and hid in a dark corner when they were not paying attention. "Where is Jordan's room?" Ron was worried again. The Salter family's residence was too big. It was not a single building, but a collection of castle-like buildings. There were luxurious and beautiful gardens and ponds between the buildings, making one feel like they were in a maze. At this moment, a servant walked past Ron. He shivered and hid behind a stone pillar. "That was close. I was almost discovered." Ron patted his chest. It was too dangerous just now. He had already exposed half of his body. Fortunately, that kid was not paying attention. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. Pornographic novels. Wait, why don't I capture someone and ask them? At this moment, Ron's heart skipped a beat. "Do? What are you trying to do?" Ron quickly caught a target and used his bone spear to force him into a dark corner. That poor fellow was so scared that his legs were trembling as he asked in a trembling voice, "Cut the crap. Tell me, where is young Master Jordan's room?" Ron asked fiercely. The bone spear in his hand was pressed against that fellow's soft abdomen. As long as he shook his head, the sharp bone spear would cut him open. Chapter 54. I don't. The servant was about to shake his head and refuse. "Hurry up and speak, or I'll kill you." Ron pierced the sharp bone spike deeper. The servant finally broke down. He was just a very ordinary commoner. I'll speak. The 3rd house on the 2nd floor is young Master Jordan's room." "Thanks, you slept for a while, right?" Ron had obtained the information he wanted. He raised his bone spike and knocked the servant unconscious. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I'll have to borrow your clothes to use." Ron quickly took off the servant's clothes and put them on. He then dragged the servant's body into the bushes and looked around vigilantly before leaving. Ron, who had put on the servant's clothes, could openly wander around the Salter family. Many servants walked towards him. They looked at him strangely, but they nodded in a friendly manner. A large family like the Salter family had many servants, so it was not strange for a newcomer to not recognize him. "It should be here." Ron came to the door of the room that the servant had mentioned and took a deep breath. When he thought of that person's despicable face, Ron's eyes flashed with killing intent. He quickly took out his bone staff and held it in his hand. He then used the hard bone staff to gently open the door. There was no one in the room, so it was very quiet. The decorations in the room were extremely luxurious. There was a tall clock on the wall, a huge glass window, and the floor was spotless as if it had just been cleaned. It could even reflect one's reflection. Such a room was indeed suitable for a young master of a large family. Where did Jordan go? Ron was puzzled. He wondered if he had been tricked by the servant. There was no one in the room at all. At that moment, he heard a suppressed voice. "There's someone." Ron's heart skipped a beat. He immediately walked towards the room. He grabbed the door handle, but found that the door was already locked from the inside. A familiar voice came from the door. "Who is it? Jordan?" Ron's eyes instantly turned blood red. Yes, it's that voice. There's no mistake. He would never forget this voice. It was the owner of this voice who had humiliated his grandfather, and the series of events that followed were all related to him. Ron couldn't care less. He gritted his teeth, raised his foot, and kicked the door open with a bang. What entered Ron's eyes were 2 astonished faces. They were a man and a woman. Needless to say, the man was young Master Jordan. The woman was wearing a maid's outfit and looked quite pretty. The maid was lying on the table. Her mouth was stuffed with something, and she could not speak. She could only moan. Her clothes were taken off, and her apron was pulled down her waist. Lord Jordan, who was naked, stood behind her. Needless to say, he knew what he was doing. The maid's face was full of fear. She shook her head desperately and looked at Ron, who had barged in. Jordan's shock turned into anger. "Which King butler do you work for? Get out of here. Damn it. How did this guy get in?" Jordan saw Ron's face clearly, but he could not recognize him. He had long forgotten what had happened in Maple Leaf Town. At this time, Jordan seemed to understand something. He smiled and said to the maid under him, "Huh, this isn't your lover, right? Look at how nervous he is." As he spoke, he proudly pushed forward a few times. Then he said to Ron, "Is this your wife? Ked her. You don't have a problem with that, do you?" It was obvious that he treated Ron as an ordinary servant in the family, and this servant happened to be the husband of the maid under him. It was normal for male servants and female servants to be husband and wife in the family. Of course, those female servants who were slightly more beautiful were the playthings of the young masters in the family, even in front of their husbands. Such an atmosphere was normal among the nobles. There were even exchanges and sales of female servants. The degree of corruption among the upper class of the nobles was obvious. At Jordan's age, he had played with countless women. The women in the family were not satisfied, and he even played with women outside the family. The adults turned a blind eye to this kind of thing. The interests and hobbies of the nobles were the same. With such an experience, they had the capital to brag to other nobles. With a common topic, they could promote a deeper level of communication. The maid under him shook her head. She wanted to say that she did not know this person, but she could not speak. Jordan did not recognize Ron. He was still laughing and using his identity as a young master to humiliate the servant under him. Ron's face showed a smile. Young Master Jordan, long time no see. I didn't expect that we would meet again in such a situation." Looking at Ron's calm expression, Jordan felt that something was wrong. Ordinary servants did not have the guts to speak like this. He asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Ron smiled and said, "If young Master Jordan's memory is not bad, you should remember what happened in Maple Leaf Town." Maple Leaf Town? Jordan was stunned. He stared at Ron's face and finally recognized him. "You're that little beggar." Ha. Ron suddenly laughed in grief and indignation. "It's not easy. Young Master Jordan still remembers me, a lowly commoner." He stopped smiling and said in a deep voice, "After you left that day, my grandfather died that night." "Your grandfather, that old beggar." Jordan finally understood and said with a sullen face, "So you're here for revenge?" As he spoke, he let go of the maid under him and picked up the sword from the space bag on the table. He sneered, "I didn't expect you to find this place from Maple Leaf Town. Today, this will be your burial place." The maid escaped from Jordan's grasp and quickly fled. Surprisingly, Ron did not stop her. Jordan was also surprised. "Aren't you afraid that she'll go out and call for help?" At this moment, there was a thud outside the door, followed by silence. Not long after, a skeleton warrior walked in. It was the skeleton warrior that had knocked the maid unconscious. "You're practicing necromancy?" Jordan stared at Ron. "It seems that Uncle Gerard was right. You're really a necromancer, and the legend is true. The necromancer who appeared in the dark forest is you. Since you've guessed everything, give me your life. I don't like people who know everything about me." Ron said calmly. Jordan laughed. "Do you think you can kill me with your weak necromancy magic? You're overestimating yourself." Jordan was already prepared for battle. His upper body was bare, and the muscles on his body bulged, revealing the perfect lines. In terms of age, he was only 1 year older than Ron, but because he was a warrior, his physical fitness was much stronger than that of the necromancer Ron. However, physical fitness was not a factor that determined one's strength. "Go to hell." Jordan sneered. He waved the sword in one hand, the cold song. The dark gold light shone. With the strength of a beginner warrior and dark gold equipment, killing an unknown necromancer was as easy as blowing off dust. Jordan was full of confidence. He did not even use any combat skills and directly slashed at him. Bone spur. Ron also attacked. Although he was slower than Jordan, the direction of his attack was Jordan's gap. Defensive stance. Jordan had to take a defensive stance because the angle of Ron's attack was too tricky. With a bang, the small bone spur numbed Jordan's hand. His expression changed. "What's going on?" This thing. "You do have some skills, but today you'll die by my hands," Jordan said through gritted teeth. Even now, he still did not take Ron seriously. Necromancers were synonymous with weakness in the Noah continent. "Go." Ron did not waste any time and urged the skeleton hero to charge forward. The skeleton hero waved its axe and roared as it charged at Jordan. "No matter how many of you come, you'll all die." Jordan was still arrogant. He did not know that Ron was an existence that surpassed him. A beginner warrior against an intermediate necromancer. Ron's victory was certain. Unfortunately, Jordan did not know this. Impossible. This was the third time Jordan had been pushed back by the skeleton hero. His face was full of disbelief. He had used all his strength in the dozens of moves just now. He no longer looked down on Ron because he knew he was no match for him. Jordan's face was filled with the fear of death. He finally could not hold back and waved his long sword, sending out a blue sword energy. He was a cultivator of the water attribute. The blue sword energy was not aimed at Ron, but the large floor-to-ceiling window. Pornographic novels boom. The floor-to-ceiling window shattered, and glass shards fell to the ground. Oh no, he's calling for help. Ron had a bad feeling. Jordan's intention was obvious. He wanted to make a huge commotion and call for help. As expected, Jordan yelled at the top of his lungs, "There's an assassin!" The huge commotion from the two's fight naturally alerted the people outside. Many guards rushed in with weapons, but Ron took down a few of them. At this critical moment, the slightest carelessness meant death. Ron would not hold back. At this time, Ron faintly heard another voice on the other side. Assassin. Not long after, the other side was also in chaos. The entire Salter family was in chaos. The chaos was in the direction of the patriarch. Many guards ran in that direction. "I wonder who helped me at this critical moment," Ron muttered. If it weren't for the fact that something had happened over there, his side wouldn't have been so smooth. This had indirectly helped Ron. Jordan was shocked. "You have companions?" Ron obviously would not tell him that he did not. He smiled and said, "Of course, no one will come to save you now. Die." "No." Jordan finally felt fear. He turned and wanted to run. He knew that only by running away would he have a chance of survival. This necromancer was too scary. But was he really a necromancer? Jordan did not have time to think, because Ron had already used the necromancer's bone prison. The bone prison rose and trapped Jordan, making him unable to move. He knew he was done for. Don't kill me. I'll let you have a taste of my new necromancy magic." Ron smiled, his heart filled with the joy of revenge. He waved his hand, and a black ball of light flew out. Death coil. The black ball of light hit Jordan's face and scattered like fireworks. The wraith that was constantly flying around was like an evil spirit that crawled out from hell, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah!" Jordan threw away his sword and held his head in pain as he screamed crazily. Death coil was a mental attack that caused the target to fall into confusion. It also had another function, which was to heal undead creatures. Jordan was already on the verge of pain. At this time, a bone spear silently pierced Jordan's body. Jordan struggled a few times and stopped moving. At this time, a few people who looked like family guards rushed into Jordan's room and saw this scene. "Young master. Not good. Young master has been killed." Chapter 55. Got it. Run. Ron's mind quickly flashed with this thought. He immediately ran out of the door, only to discover that there were already several guards outside. They were fully armed and had long swords in their hands as they pressed forward. The foundation of a large family was indeed different. They had gathered so many guards in such a short time. Search for the latest update here. It wasn't impossible to kill his way out, but there were too many people. It was simply impossible to kill his way out. There was no lack of experts among them. Even if Ron had the ability to kill them all, The consumption of soul power wouldn't be enough to support his escape. If he was surrounded, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he had wings. Looking at the big hole in the floor-to-ceiling window, Ron made a prompt decision. He rode on a skeleton warrior, casually added a skeleton acceleration, and then urged, "Go, go quickly." The skeleton warrior was like the wind as it rushed out of the window with Ron on its back. It directly jumped down from the second floor and then quickly ran out. The assassination was a success. Hamelin didn't say a word from beginning to end. He gave Ron advice on what to do. He believed that Ron could solve these problems by himself. What is that? It can't be. Am I seeing things? It's actually a skeleton? Skeleton? I remember. That's a necromancer. No way. A necromancer actually appeared in the capital of the Holy Roman Empire? Quickly report to the Patriarch. It said that the Patriarch was also injured by an assassin. There were a total of 2 assassins. All the family guards were discussing spiritedly, but one thing was certain. Young Master Jordan's death was no small matter. A direct successor of a family was assassinated in their own home. One could imagine how furious the elders of the family would be. But they couldn't understand. Was the target this time the Patriarch or young Master Jordan? Ron rode on the skeleton warrior and ran for his life. Relying on his vague memory, he ran out the way he came. At this time, a black figure rushed in front of him and knocked Ron back. Ron fell to the ground and covered his but for a long time, unable to stand up. At this time, he clearly saw the person who knocked into him. "It's you? It's you." That person was the worker who had snuck into the Salter family with Ron. However, her skin was fair and her hair was spread out. She was clearly a woman. Although she was wearing tattered men's clothing, it couldn't conceal her beautiful face. She had an anxious look on her face. The woman's tattered men's clothing revealed a beautiful black tights, revealing her perfect figure. She held 2 short daggers in her hands. It was obvious that she was a thief. The woman also recognized Ron. When Ron came in, he did not wear a mask. "Did you cause the commotion over there?" The 2 of them asked in unison. Then, the 2 of them looked at each other and smiled, because they both understood each other's meaning. At this time, the woman's eyes fell on the skeleton warriors that Ron had summoned. She asked in surprise, "You're a necromancer?" Ron nodded. "Oh." A trace of disappointment flashed through the woman's eyes. At this time, the 2 of them heard a flurry of footsteps. Many people were coming in their direction. "Since that brat has helped me, I'll take him with me. Otherwise, this guy will die here. Damn it. Why is he a useless necromancer?" The woman sighed softly. She gritted her teeth and said to Ron, "Quick, follow me." She pulled Ron and ran outside with all her might. Ron was dragged along by the woman. Soon, the footsteps faded away. Ron also heaved a sigh of relief. The woman walked through the complicated courtyard as if she was walking in her own home. She finally arrived at a room. The woman sighed in relief and said with a smile, "You're safe here. Thank you." Ron knew that the woman had saved him and thanked her. "No need." The woman waved her hand and asked, "What's your name?" "Ron." "I'm Ron." Ron smiled. "What about you?" "Catherine." The woman smiled and said, "Oh, right. Did you kill young Master Jordan, the Salter family?" Ron was shocked. "How did you know?" "Pornographic novels. I heard it when I was running away." Catherine smiled. "Don't forget, I'm an assassin. Before coming to the Salter Duke's mansion, it's impossible for me not to know the truth of the target's family." Only then did Ron know that the Salter family was a Duke-level noble family. However, when he heard the word assassin, Ron was slightly surprised. "No way. You're an assassin?" Ron couldn't imagine that this delicate girl would be an assassin who killed without batting an eyelid. Moreover, she didn't look old, only 2 or 3 years older than him. "What? You don't believe me?" Catherine smiled sweetly. "I believe. Of course I believe you." Ron said with a smile, "Who did you come here to assassinate?" "Duke Gareth Salter. That is, the patriarch of the Salter family," Catherine said with a regretful tone. "However, I didn't succeed and only injured him." "No way. You actually tried to assassinate the patriarch? That's crazy." Ron was even more shocked. "I heard from the servants that Duke Gareth's strength has already reached the master rank. Looking at you, you should still be at the knight rank. You're quite daring. What's wrong with that? Catherine said indifferently. Assassination and battle are two different things. They're completely different. What does a powerhouse have? If his vitals are pierced, he'll still lose his life. As long as the plan is thorough and the layout is tight, along with a little bit of luck, killing a powerhouse of the sacred domain isn't difficult. You're very powerful. Hearing Catherine's words, Ron gave her a heartfelt thumbs up. Being able to injure a master-rank powerhouse was enough to show this woman's ability. If Ron was the one doing it, he probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to injure him, let alone a powerhouse of the sacred domain. Why do you want to assassinate him? Do you have any enmity with his family? Ron asked curiously. Upon hearing this, a trace of paleness flashed across Catherine's beautiful face. She lowered her head, bit her lips, and changed the topic. What about you? Why do you want to assassinate Jordan? Before Ron could answer, his expression suddenly changed. Not good. A lot of people are coming. They seem to have discovered us. Ron understood everything about the surroundings through the crows outside. At this time, he saw that many of the Salter family's guards were rushing towards this place. It seemed that they had searched the surroundings, but couldn't find anyone. The only possibility was this place. At this time, Catherine also felt that the chaotic footsteps outside couldn't be hidden from others. She couldn't help but look strangely at Ron and muttered in her heart, "That's strange. How did this guy discover us? I was only able to discover him through the scouting traps that I set up earlier. There are more and more people coming." Ron's expression was grave. "We have to charge out. Otherwise, we'll be surrounded here. Charge out there." A trace of panic flashed through Catherine's eyes. Being surrounded was no joke. Even though she was a thief known for her agility, she couldn't escape from the hands of so many powerful people. Ron quickly muttered to himself, The east side has the fewest people. I think we can charge out. Then let's run." Catherine didn't have time to think. She pulled Ron and charged out from the east side. Just as they exited the door, they were discovered by a few of the Salter family's guards. They immediately shouted when they saw Ron and Selena. "They're here. Catch them. Don't let them escape." For a large family like the Salter family, the early followers of the family had gone through several generations. Their loyalty to the family was unquestionable. Although these guards only had the strength of an apprentice, they still charged forward fearlessly when facing two assassins who were at least warrior rank. Damn it! Catherine cursed in her heart. As a thief, assassination and stealth were her specialties. However, she wasn't good at fighting. However, she knew that the situation didn't allow her to choose. "Fight!" Catherine's beautiful eyes turned red. She whispered to Ron, "Be careful. Hide behind me." "What?" Before Ron could understand, Catherine had already charged out. Catherine's movements were extremely swift. Her graceful body turned into a blur. Even though the sun was shining brightly, she was still faintly discernible, making it hard for people to see her real body. Catherine quickly approached like a ghost. She raised her left hand, and the short dagger in her hand glowed with an ocean blue light. She slashed it directly at the neck of a guard. What fast speed! By the time the guard reacted, Catherine had already arrived in front of him. A blue light flashed, and the guard felt a sharp pain in his throat. Not long after, he clutched his throat and fell down. He didn't even see how the other party moved until he died. Catherine's movements were like moving clouds and flowing water. In a short while, she had killed several guards. However, she wasn't a thief who was good at fighting. After a short while, the strength in her body had decreased by a lot. Even her breathing had become hurried. Catherine went to the Salter family alone to assassinate Patriarch Gabriel. She was lucky enough to severely injure him. However, her strength was still too weak. If it wasn't for Ron, she probably wouldn't have been able to escape. However, after knowing that it was Ron, Catherine was a little disappointed. In her impression, necromancers were a group of extremely weak people. They were a trash profession that could be defeated by a strong man who had never cultivated before with a wooden stick. She originally planned to cooperate with him to escape, but now her heart sank to the bottom. However, Catherine wasn't someone who would easily abandon her companions. Although she was disappointed in Ron's strength, he was still her companion in a certain sense. At this time, she could only grit her teeth and fight. Two fists couldn't fight against four hands. Moreover, Catherine wasn't good at fighting. She soon fell into a dangerous situation. Go to hell. A guard sneered and slashed his sword at her. This was a blatant sneak attack. At this time, Catherine had nowhere to hide. On the other hand, more and more guards appeared on the Salter family side. It's over, Catherine thought in despair. At this moment, a white bone spike suddenly appeared, and the head of the guard who had launched a sneak attack immediately exploded. Chapter 56. Let me do it, Ron said in an unquestionable tone. He could see that this beautiful girl was doing her best to protect him. This action made him feel comfortable, but also a little displeased. It didn't feel good to be looked down upon, especially in front of a beauty like Catherine. Skeleton warriors. Ron released his summoning spell, and skeleton warriors scrambled to get out of the ground. They held huge bone axes in one hand and large shields in the other. Their green eyes were fixed on the enemies in front of them. Search for the latest updates here. As Ron released his summoning spell, more and more skeleton warriors stood out. The numerous skeleton warriors stood in a row and formed a shield wall. They faced the many guards of the Salter family and launched a counterattack. What's this? It's a necromancer. What? This is a necromancer that's known for being trash? The appearance of the skeleton warriors stunned the guards, but they were quickly riled up. Don't be afraid. These are just skeletons without any fighting strength. Go, kill them. A person who looked like a captain shouted. Kill him. Kill. The captain's words dispelled the guards' worries. They waved the weapons in their hands and madly charged at the skeleton warriors. Kill. Ron's eyes flashed with killing intent. This situation didn't allow him to think anymore. The skeleton warriors launched a fierce counterattack. What? Damn. These damn things are so strong. At this time, the guards were alarmed to discover that these skeletons weren't just skeletons. They were truly powerful. Every one of them could fight on par with an apprentice warrior. Catherine's mouth was so wide open that she could swallow a duck egg. She rubbed her eyes and looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. A necromancer was actually blocking over 100 apprentice guards. Moreover, he was faintly gaining the upper hand in the battle. This is impossible. Although Catherine couldn't believe it, her impression of Ron had completely changed. She looked at Ron with eyes full of admiration and even a little bit of worship. So powerful. Is he really a necromancer? Catherine exclaimed. At this time, the battle on the battlefield had undergone a fundamental change. Due to the underestimation of the skeleton hero's strength, the Salter family guards' morale had plummeted. Under Ron's frenzied attacks, they were forced to retreat again and again. Many people were cut down by the skeleton hero's giant axe. At this moment, a voice rang out in Ron's heart. Ron, don't fight. An expert is coming. His strength is at least at the master level. Quickly end the battle here. This was Homeland's reminder. Ever since Ron entered the Salter family, he hadn't said a word or even mentioned anything. At this moment, he couldn't help but speak up. What? A master-level expert? Ron felt a chill in his heart. He understood that if he continued to be entangled, he and Catherine wouldn't be able to escape. Catherine, what are you still standing there for? An expert is coming from that side. Let's end the battle quickly. Ron reminded. Oh, yes. Catherine recovered from her shock and hurriedly joined the battle. At this time, the battle strength of Ron's side had greatly increased. Catherine, the nimble thief, was constantly writing pornographic novels about the skeleton hero. With the cover of these undead creatures, she was like a fish back in water, moving with great ease. A guard was entangled with the skeleton hero. He didn't notice a black shadow flying past him. A bloody mark immediately appeared on his neck, and he unwillingly fell to the ground. Under the cover of the skeleton hero, it was difficult for the guards to notice Catherine, the thief. She used her high speed and superb concealment skills to easily reap the lives of the guards. At this time, The guard captain also realized that something was wrong. He anxiously shouted, "Be careful of that thief." Before he could finish his sentence, his voice stopped abruptly. Unknowingly, a line of blood had appeared on his neck. The captain's eyes were wide open. In this chaotic battlefield, he fell silently. Ron, on the other hand, was even more anxious. His intuition told him that the experts of the Salter family were about to arrive. "I can't be entangled any longer. Die." Ron's eyes turned blood red. He raised the light green bone staff in his hand high. A black mist spread out from the bone staff, and soul power madly gushed out. Bone prison. Crack, 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 crack. One after another, bone cages abruptly appeared, imprisoning these guards all at once, making them unable to move. What is this? Let me out." The Salter family guards panicked. None of them were fools. They all knew what it meant to be deprived of their freedom of movement at this critical moment. Many of them clenched their teeth and swung their swords to destroy the bone prisons. However, how could Ron's bone prisons be so easily destroyed? As his strength soared, the bone prisons he released became harder and harder. Bone Spike. Ron naturally wouldn't let these people go. Although they were innocent in his revenge plan, he couldn't care less at this time. Bone spikes rained down like a rain of arrows. Their targets were naturally the immobilized guards of the Salter family. They were imprisoned by the bone prison and could only watch as the white light shot towards their heads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, all the heads exploded at the same time. No one could dodge Ron's attack that filled the sky with flowers. Catherine's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at Ron with even more admiration. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Ron quickly jumped onto the back of a skeleton warrior and rapidly accelerated. Skeleton acceleration was Ron's self-created riding skill. Even Hamelin couldn't help but praise such a wonderful idea. The reason why he didn't ride the skeleton warrior was because its armor was too heavy and couldn't run fast. Catherine came back to her senses and used the thief's gale to quickly catch up to Ron. Moreover, her speed wasn't slow at all. Recently, Pushkin had been very depressed. Firstly, he lost all his money in the largest casino in St. Paul and became a pauper. Secondly, the lover of a small noble he had been fooling around with abandoned him and threw herself into the arms of another powerful noble family. That family was also quite powerful. Pushkin, who was also a master, couldn't do anything about it. Anyway, during this period of time, Pushkin had become extremely irritable and easily angered. He had broken many things in the family, and at this critical juncture, there was the matter of an assassin causing havoc in the family. The injured patriarch called him over and scolded him. Pushkin didn't dare to talk back. If he wasn't the younger brother of the patriarch, Jalai, he might have been removed from his position as the leader of the family's guards. When he arrived at the scene, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The corpses of the family's guards were scattered all over the ground. The ground was covered in blood and white brain matter mixed together. The scene was extremely gory, and the two thieves who started it all were nowhere to be seen. Damn it! Pushkin fiercely stomped his foot, his face twisted with anger. He grabbed the guard who was still breathing and asked in a stern voice, "Where did those two go?" That way." That guard pointed to the east. He was only left with one breath, and after saying this, he breathed his last. Pushkin coldly threw the corpse down and said hatefully, "Good fellow, how dare you provoke the Salter family? I want to see which power wants to deal with our family." Pushkin thought that Ron and the others were some other power that came to cause trouble. "Charge!" Pushkin was extremely angry. His body trembled, and an extremely powerful fire-fighting aura filled his entire body, turning him into a flaming man. His figure moved, and like a cannonball, he soared into the sky and disappeared from his original position. "Catherine, there are master-level experts chasing after us. They are so fast. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape," Ron said anxiously. "What do we do now?" "Don't be afraid." Catherine gritted her teeth and said, "There is an underground river to the east of the Salter Duke's mansion. We can escape by following the underground waterway." "Okay, Ron quickly nodded and ordered the skeleton warriors to run faster. We can see the underground river. Catherine's voice was filled with excitement. Nothing was more important than escaping with their lives. In front of them, there was a small bridge. Under the bridge, there was a flowing river that led to the outside. At this moment, Ron turned around and saw something that looked like a ball of fire chasing after them. He smiled bitterly and said, "Looks like we won't make it in time. Damn thief. How dare you kill people in the Salter family? Leave your lives behind." A cold shout came from afar. It turned out that Pushkin had arrived. As he spoke, his figure approached from afar and arrived in front of the two of them in an instant. Pushkin was a big fat man. He was wearing a set of noble red battle robes. However, the muscles on his face and body seemed to be piled up together, making him look like a big meatball. However, his figure didn't affect his speed at all. What a fast speed! It was Ron's first time facing an adept. He was shocked by Pushkin's speed. However, his reaction was still fast. He chanted a spell and summoned a white bone spear, thrusting it towards Pushkin. Pushkin was stunned when he saw the bone spear. He paused and said, "What? A necromancer? What the hell? I actually saw a necromancer in the capital of the Holy Roman Empire. Is this world too crazy?" Then he sneered and said, "Hee hee, looks like you're tired of living. How dare you cause trouble in the Salter family without any strength?" Pushkin didn't realize how strong Ron was. Just as the people of the Noah continent thought, necromancers couldn't withstand a single blow. He was very arrogant and directly grabbed the bone spear. Boom! Pushkin only felt a strong force that pushed him back a few steps. There was a sweet taste in his throat. He was actually slightly injured. What? Impossible? Pushkin's face was filled with disbelief. A necromancer can actually hurt me. Chapter 57. As expected, you have some strength. It seems that I have underestimated you. However, you are still not my opponent. Go to hell. Pushkin's portal bag flashed, and a gold-ranked two-handed sword appeared in his hands. The tip of the sword had a trace of fire. Flame cut. A powerful flame turned into an arc and blasted towards Ron. Search for the latest updates here. Bone armor. Ron could not dodge in time. He could only release a skill that only intermediate necromancers could learn. A layer of bone armor appeared on his body, and it was rapidly growing, covering his whole body in an instant. Boom! A sound was heard. Ron forcibly withstood the raging flame slash. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying far away. "Ron!" Catherine exclaimed. Her figure flashed, and she caught him in midair. "Ron, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Hurry up and leave." Ron said. "No. How can I leave you behind?" Catherine did not agree. "Hurry up and leave. We can't beat him." "No, there's no need to leave. Stay for me." At this time, with a wild laugh, Pushkin rushed forward again. Seeing Pushkin rushing over, Ron's eyes showed a trace of a smile. Poison bone dagger. A cyan shadow suddenly flew out from Ron's arms. Pushkin could not dodge in time and was stabbed in the abdomen. However, with his tyrannical body, the poison bone dagger naturally could not stab him. "Not good, this thing is poisonous." Pushkin, who realized that he was fooled, frowned. At this time, the injured Ron suddenly picked up Catherine. His body rose into the air, and with a splash, they fell into the underground river. Pushkin, who was mobilizing his chi to expel the poison, could not move. He could only watch them leave. Damn it! They actually escaped. Pushkin was extremely depressed. He had underestimated Ron's strength. He did not expect that a useless necromancer could actually injure him, especially the poisonous dagger at the last moment, which saved Ron's life. If Pushkin had continued to chase after them, the poison on the dagger would have spread throughout his body. If he did not chase after them, he could only let them go. Faced with such a dilemma, Pushkin naturally chose to save his own life. After all, nothing was more important than his own life. Pushkin's wound was black, and black poisonous blood kept oozing out, dripping onto the ground. However, this kind of poison was not a problem for Pushkin. He calmed down and quickly used his fire dough chi to dispel the poison. Clang! A bone dagger-like object fell from Pushkin's body and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Damn it, when did this guy hide a dagger? Pushkin cursed in his heart and bent down to pick it up. However, just as his hand touched the dagger immediately dissipated with the wind, leaving no trace behind. Poison Bone Dagger was an attack created by necromancy magic and not a physical object. It disappeared. Pushkin was stunned. That's strange. What exactly is this thing? Also, is that guy who summoned the skeleton a necromancer? Why is he so powerful? Pushkin scratched his huge head, puzzled. After a long while, he laughed bitterly. Let's go back. I'm afraid we'll be scolded by the boss again. The boss that Pushkin was talking about was the head of the Salter family, Jalai. He was known for being strict. However, during this incident, he was not careful and was ambushed by Catherine. He was slightly injured, but as a master, he recovered quickly. If he had not been distracted by Jordan's matter, Catherine would not have had the chance to escape. Salter family, meeting hall. The hall was already filled with people. The family had been passed down for dozens of generations, and those who had some reputation in the family had also come out. There was a corpse on the ground, and, judging from the face, it was Jordan's. A beautiful woman was lying on top of him, sobbing nonstop. The head of the family had been ambushed, young Master Jordan had been killed, and the family's guards were either dead or injured. No one could have imagined that such a huge incident would happen in the family. However, the most important thing was that the two assassins were only warrior rank experts. Such a low level of strength was nothing in the eyes of those people. However, it was precisely because of this that such people were able to successfully ambush and escape unscathed. This was no less than a slap to the face of the Salter family. The head of the family, Jalai, was sitting in the center. He was about 60 years old and sat upright like a god. His expression was dignified without being angry. He was once one of the generals of the Holy Roman Empire and had made great contributions to the Holy Roman Empire. He had retired due to his old age. Jalai's face revealed a rare, grave expression. He was not worried about his injuries, as he had already healed them. He was also not worried about Jordan's death, as he was only one of the successors. However, there were many people in the Salter family who had the qualifications to inherit the position of head of the family. Jalai did not owe him a single one. Jalai was furious, extremely furious. He was very clear in his heart that what had happened in the family today could not be hidden from others. In less than a day, the Salter family scandal would spread to the streets and alleys of the imperial city. It was not a big deal if it was just a loss of face, but the real danger was whether the forces in the imperial city would underestimate the Salter family's strength. This was the most fatal thing. When Pushkin stepped into the meeting hall, dozens of pairs of eyes stared at him, causing his hair to stand on end. Pushkin swayed his fat body and walked in front of Jalai with a face full of smiles. However, before he could speak, Jalai had already taken the initiative to ask, "Where are they?" Pornographic novels. Jalai's cold voice did not contain any emotions. This. Pushkin stammered for a long time before he clenched his teeth and said, "Lord Patriarch, your subordinate is incompetent and allowed the two assassins to escape." What? Escaped? Simply incompetent. A dignified saint-level expert actually let two saint-level experts escape. The people in the meeting hall began to clamor. Among them, there was no lack of people who opposed Jalai's faction and took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Everyone knew that Pushkin was Jalai's youngest brother and was also his trusted aide. The entire meeting hall was filled with noise, as if it was a wet market. The corner of Jalai's mouth twitched a few times. "All of you shut up." He suddenly slammed the chair and said angrily, "Do you think it's not chaotic enough?" Intimidated by Master Jalai's strength, the crowd immediately quieted down. Patriarch Jalai's words were still very effective in the Salter family. "Pushkin, you will resign from your position as the leader of the family's guards." Jalai's voice slowly said, but his tone was unquestionable. "Yes, thank you, Lord Patriarch." Pushkin understood that his elder brother, as the Patriarch, had already given him face and did not dismiss him on the spot. For example, the Salter family's guards had at least a few thousand people. Other than the family's guards, they also included the guards from the family's various businesses. They had great authority, and Pushkin was unwilling to let go of them from the bottom of his heart. However, now that everyone knew that 2 juniors had escaped from his hands, he no longer had the face to continue his position as the leader of the family's guards. Pushkin did not say a word. After bowing, he automatically retreated to the last corner of the meeting hall. No one was interested in looking at him again. In the hall, only one person gave him a sympathetic look. She was Goldie Lai, the genius of the Salter family. Pushkin had watched her grow up and had an extremely good relationship with her. Jalai looked around and slowly asked, "What's going on today? Who knows the identities of these 2 people and whether they are in cahoots?" The most important thing now was to figure out what had happened. Reporting to Lord Patriarch, "I have something to say." A tall and thin figure stood out. Jalai focused his gaze and saw that the one who spoke was Shatex, the head steward of the Salter family. All the internal affairs of the family were under his care. This person was extremely meticulous and even remembered the names of the servants in every branch of the family. Shatex had married a woman from the Salter family. In Jalai's eyes, he was not considered a direct descendant of the family, so he had always been displeased. "Speak," Jalai said indifferently. Shatex cleared his throat and said, "Reporting to Lord Patriarch, through my investigation, I can basically confirm the identity of the young lady who attacked you." "Oh." Jalai was slightly stunned. He was surprised that Shatex had found the information so quickly. After all, the incident had just happened. "Who is she?" Jalai asked in a low voice. "She comes from an organization called Dark," Shatex said in a low voice. He reached out and took out an item from his space bag and handed it to Jalai. "I found a brooch at the place where Lord Patriarch was attacked. Based on the shape of this brooch, I can roughly infer that it came from the kingdom of Ebia. Its craftsmanship and design clearly prove this point. The kingdom of Ebia." Jalai was stunned. He finally remembered. Around 13 years ago, the Holy Roman Empire launched a war against the kingdom of Ebia. The war lasted for 3 whole years. In the end, the kingdom of Ebia was defeated and the king self-immolated in the palace. From then on, the kingdom of Ebia no longer existed on the Noah continent. It was incorporated into the territory of the Holy Roman Empire. In that war, Patriarch Jalai was the commander-in-chief. He had commanded that long and drawn-out war. He had also obtained great political benefits from that war, and thus became the Duke of the Holy Roman Empire. However, after the war, the kingdom of Ebia's restoration movement had been repeated. One of the most famous organizations was the Dark. It was said that they were the descendants of the Ebia royal family and specialized in opposing the Holy Roman Empire. Needless to say, the assassination this time was also planned by them. As the former commander-in-chief, Jalai was also one of the targets of the Dark organization. So was the remnants of the Ebia? Jalai snorted heavily. After so many years, they still haven't given up. The kingdom of Ebia was an independent country a long time ago. It existed even before the Holy Roman Empire was established. Due to its strategic importance, the Holy Roman Empire didn't care about the opposition of the surrounding countries and resolutely sent out troops to conquer this country. Ebia was incorporated into the territory of the Holy Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire also knew that they were in the wrong and deliberately played down this matter, allowing it to slowly fade away with time. As for the Dark organization, in the eyes of the Holy Roman Empire, they wouldn't be able to do much and wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Chapter 58. However, Jalai quickly found something suspicious. "Then how do you explain the killing of Jordan? Their target should be me, but Jordan died. Could it be that they wanted to distract us? And because Jordan's strength was too low, he was accidentally killed by them?" Shatex thought for a moment, but could not think of a better explanation. He nodded and said, "Lord Patriarch, I think so." The woman on the ground was still crying. She was Gerald's sister, Jordan's birth mother. Seeing her crying in public made Jalai upset. He frowned and said, "Don't cry. No matter how much you cry, Jordan won't come back to life." The woman suddenly crawled over and begged, "Lord Patriarch, I beg you. You must find the murderer and avenge my son." "Woo-woo, I know," Jalai said indifferently. "None of those who go against our clan have a good ending." As he said that, his eyes flashed. Looking at the crying woman, Godeli's eyes flashed with pity. She did not have much feelings for Jordan. They could only be considered siblings in the clan. However, Jordan's mother was very good to her. Otherwise, she would not have gone to Naka Manor. She quickly walked out and helped the woman on the ground up. After comforting her in a low voice, she pulled her to a seat and said to clan leader Jalai, "Lord clan leader, I don't think this matter is that simple." Looking at the clan's genius girl, Godeli, who had become a beginner mage at the age of 13, Jalai's eyes showed a faint warmth. He asked softly, "Godeli, you seem to know something? I know the cause of Jordan's death. Maybe he did not die at the hands of that organization called Dark." Godeli said clearly. "Continue." "Yes, Lord Patriarch." Godeli told them about what had happened in Maple Leaf Town. Before she could finish her words, the meeting hall was in an uproar. "What? You mean that necromancer from Maple Leaf Town? The one that grandfather died at the hands of Gerald's son?" A voice said, full of disbelief. "Impossible. How can a necromancer be so powerful?" Another person was also skeptical. "Yeah, that's impossible. Pornographic novels." Many people knew that Gerard had written a letter to the Salter family to deal with the revenge of a necromancer. However, these people treated it as a joke, causing his sister to be in a passive position. "Godeli, are you telling the truth?" The woman's face was filled with shock and anger, but at least she knew the truth about her son's death. Godeli nodded. "The one who killed Uncle Gerald and Chitley is the same as the one who killed Jordan." She sighed. If Jordan hadn't killed the necromancer's grandfather, maybe no. The woman shrieked, her voice filled with grief and indignation. "How can that lowly old beggar compare to my son? I'm going to kill him. I'm going to avenge my son. I'm going to pay for my brother's family." That woman had already gone crazy and was even a little hysterical. The series of blows had caused her to show signs of collapse. "Patriarch Jalai, you must uphold justice for us." That woman started to cry again. Godeli sighed faintly. To be honest, the first to be in the wrong was Gerald's family. Of course, that included Jordan as well. However, the people in the family had always been known to cover up for their own people without distinguishing between right and wrong. This was not beneficial to the resolution of the matter and might even cause an even greater hatred. However, from the standpoint of the family, Godeli could not say these words. "Drag her away." Jalai saw that the woman was becoming more and more unreasonable. He frowned and gave the order. That woman was quickly dragged away by a few strong female servants. At this time, Jalai turned to Godeli. "Godeli, do you have any evidence to back up what you said?" Godeli muttered to herself. "I've fought with him before. He's very strong. At the very least, he's not much weaker than a professional of the same level." She bit her lips and said, "I lost that battle. Moreover, I noticed that he used sky blue-grade weapons and equipment." Once these words were said, it caused an uproar in the hall. "Is what you're saying true?" Godeli glanced at Pushkin. "Uncle Pushkin, you fought with him before. Tell me." Pushkin's plump figure helplessly stepped forward. He laughed bitterly. "Godeli, are you deliberately trying to make a fool of your uncle? His strength is indeed very strong. At the very least, it's above yours. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape from me with just the strength of a mere soldier." A series of deep breaths could be heard in the hall. Although I don't really believe that a necromancer would have such outstanding strength, this matter can basically be confirmed. Jalai nodded. If that's the case, then the two of them really don't have any connections. Perhaps it's just a coincidence that they acted at the same time. Immediately after, he raised his head and a trace of light flashed through his eyes. "No matter if they are from the Dark Organization or a necromancer, my Salter family will definitely not let this matter rest. I must let them know that they have to pay the price for offending the Salter family. This price will be their lives. Jialai's voice echoed in the hall. He forcefully suppressed his anger and said these words word by word. Not long after the meeting, Jialai personally made a trip to the palace. Not long after, the entire St. Paulo city abruptly became tense. The entire capital of the Holy Roman Empire, St. Paulo, was under martial law. Splash, a sound was heard. Two people suddenly emerged from the water beside a small river in the Holy Roman Empire's capital, St. Paulo City. This man and woman were precisely Ron and Catherine. The two of them quickly swam to the riverside and climbed ashore. Huff, 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 they were panting heavily. Finally, we escaped. Catherine climbed ashore and collapsed on the ground. Although she was exhausted, her face carried the joy of surviving a calamity. Ron didn't say anything. His physical strength was even worse than Catherine's. He couldn't even get up now. Hey, you're really strong, Catherine said to Ron. I didn't expect you to be so strong. You weren't even afraid of a master-level expert. That guy's strength was probably at the 9th rank. He was at least half a step into the realm of a master. I didn't expect you to be able to escape from his hands. I was just lucky. Ron couldn't help but stick out his tongue. If he hadn't been careless and got ambushed by the poison bone dagger, they wouldn't have been able to escape so smoothly. At that time, it was simply too dangerous. He couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear when he thought about it. Ron also climbed up and tidied up his clothes that stuck to his body. It was very uncomfortable to be drenched. He glanced at Catherine and couldn't move his eyes away. Catherine's whole body was wrapped in a tight black leather jacket. The wet clothes stuck to her body, revealing her undulating curves. Coupled with her slightly pale, beautiful face, she looked like a goddess who had just come out of the bath. In particular, her chest was unbuttoned, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, which made Ron stare at her in a daze. Catherine also noticed Ron's strange behavior. Her face turned red to the tips of her ears. She hurriedly covered it up and buttoned it up. She angrily said, What are you looking at? Nothing. Ron immediately withdrew his gaze. His face was burning as if he had a fever. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, I didn't see anything. These words were purely an admission of guilt. At this time, both of them were silent. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. After a while, Catherine laughed out loud. Looking at Ron's embarrassed expression, she said with a smile, I'm joking with you, idiot. Ha! Ron touched his head and laughed foolishly. At this time, Catherine asked with interest, By the way, why is your necromancy magic so powerful? It's completely different from a necromancer's I know. This. Ron didn't know how to answer. He scratched his head and said, I don't know either. Have you seen other necromancers? Catherine nodded. Yes, necromancers can be seen everywhere in the Roland Empire, but they have no fighting power. Some can't even beat ordinary people. No way. This time, it was Ron's turn to be in disbelief. Necromancers without fighting power. Were they still necromancers? At this time, a soft sigh came from the bottom of his heart. Ron, if there's a chance, go to the Roland Empire and take a look. I really want to know what happened. Yes, Grandpa Homelin. We'll leave here in a while and go to the Roland Empire. Ron also nodded in agreement. Now that the troublemakers Jordan and Chitley had been killed, and his grandfather's death had been avenged, although the one called McINSH had been fanning the flames, he didn't deserve to die. Ron thought about it and let it go. Since the Holy Roman Empire doesn't welcome me, I'll just leave. This place isn't somewhere I can stay. Ron thought of his days in the Holy Roman Empire and felt depressed. By the way, what do you plan to do in the future? Catherine recovered some of her strength and asked Ron, I want to leave the Holy Roman Empire and go to the Roland Empire. Ron thought and said, That's right. The Holy Roman Empire isn't a place you can stay, unless you give up on practicing necromancy. Catherine nodded in agreement. Ron smiled bitterly. It's too late to give up now. I think I'd better leave. I heard that the Roland Empire is known as the Magic Empire, a country of freedom. It should be able to tolerate a heretic like me. At this moment, Catherine pounced and pressed Ron down. Before he could react, Catherine's slender hand reached out and gently covered his mouth, whispering, "Shh, someone's coming." Ron, who didn't release his crows, was at his lowest level of vigilance. His perception was far from being as valiant as the thief Catherine. Catherine grew up in a dangerous environment for a long time, so being vigilant of her surroundings had become her instinct. Tuh. Ron opened his eyes wide and lay in the grass. The sound of horse hooves came from above his head. Ron raised his head from the grass and saw a group of fully armed soldiers coming from afar. Among the soldiers, one of them was riding on a horse, holding a piece of paper in his hand and reading aloud. "His Majesty has ordered us to capture these two people at all costs. From now on, the whole city of St. Paulo will be under martial law, especially that necromancer. We must find him. Search carefully. Don't let go of even the slightest movement. Those two should have escaped from the river. They should be nearby." "Yes, Captain." Then came the rustling sound of searching. It was the sound of spears poking the grass. From that sound, it could be inferred that it should be the soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire. Catherine was lying on top of Ron's body. Her delicate breasts were pressed against Ron's arm. Her wet skin was tightly pressed against him in a seductive posture. Chapter 59. The soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire searched along the river for a long time, but because the two of them were hidden well, they found nothing. Not long after, following the captain's order, the soldiers began to withdraw and leave. Ron and Catherine simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Catherine then got up from Ron's body. The soldiers were very careful in their search just now. At the most dangerous moment, the cold spear almost touched Ron's forehead. "The latest update of the search is here. They're finally gone," Ron said as he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. "I didn't expect this matter to be so serious that the whole city is under martial law." Catherine could not help but stick out her tongue. "This is troublesome." Ron was a little helpless. "In that case, I can't get out of the city either. This is the end. I still want to leave here and meet up with my sister." Catherine was also very annoyed. Suddenly, she had an idea. I have an idea," Ron asked. "Oh, what good idea do you have?" This. Catherine could not help but hesitate. She remembered that her organization had a secret base in Sao Paulo. The strength of this base was the organization's secret base in Sao Paulo. She could use their strength to leave Sao Paulo. However, if she brought Ron along, this base would be exposed. Seeing Ron's clear eyes looking at her, Catherine could not bear to leave. The two of them had just experienced a life-and-death battle together, and he had saved her twice. Now, she had to leave him alone. No matter how she thought about it, it did not feel right. Catherine gritted her teeth. "Forget it. I'll take him out first. At most, I'll persuade him to join my organization later." Thinking of this, Catherine smiled. "Come with me." Walking in the alleys of Sao Paulo, Ron felt a completely different atmosphere from before. The whole city was under martial law, and there were soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire everywhere. It was as if a war was coming, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. "You take off your mask." At this moment, Ron heard a loud shout that gave him a fright. Ron calmed down and realized that the person being interrogated wasn't him, but another mercenary. At a street corner not far away, several soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire stopped a mercenary who was wearing a mask and asked him to take off his mask. It was common for mercenaries to wear masks. It had been popular for a long time, but at this time, it was not appropriate for them to wear masks. "Why? What right do you have to remove my mask? I am a citizen of the Roman Empire. You have no right to do this." The mercenary who was stopped protested loudly, but no one paid any attention to him. "Sir, if you don't cooperate with our inspection, then we won't be polite anymore." According to the martial law decree of our Holy Empire's Holy Codex, from now on, we've received the authority to execute you on the spot if you don't cooperate with us. The soldiers from Holy Empire coldly declared, "Sir, if you don't cooperate with us, then we won't be polite anymore." As soon as the words of the captain-like soldier fell, The eyes of the surrounding soldiers suddenly swept over and raised the spears in their hands. The captain put his hand on the space bag, ready to fight at any time. You? A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the mercenary, but under the pressure of the sharp spears of the Holy Roman Empire soldiers, he had no choice but to submit. Humph! I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I be afraid of you? He angrily took off his mask, revealing a hideous and terrifying face. The captain was unmoved. He took a portrait from the soldier next to him and unfolded it. Ron's eyes were sharp, and he saw the portrait on the portrait. The portrait on the portrait was none other than himself. Damn, they are really looking for me. Ron was scared and shrank his head. He lowered his hat and covered most of his face. He was lucky today that he didn't have a black cloth on his face. Otherwise, he would definitely be the target of interrogation. The captain-like soldier looked at the portrait for a long time, then shook his head and said, "It's not him. You can go now. But I have to remind you, don't cover your face in St. Paul City, otherwise you will be interrogated." The captain expressionlessly took back the portrait and said. The soldier also put away his weapon and turned around to leave. Ron didn't cover his face, and he was hiding in an inconspicuous corner, so no one noticed him. But he felt strange. Catherine also participated in the assassination, but why did he feel that her crime wasn't as serious as his? Catherine also didn't understand this question. She led Ron through the alleys, stopping every once in a while. Not long after, they arrived in front of an inconspicuous house and rhythmically knocked on the door. Not long after, the door opened, and an old man with a hunchback walked out. When he saw Catherine, his eyes widened in surprise. "Second miss you. Sure, don't make a sound. Let's talk inside." Catherine made a shushing gesture. The old man quickly stopped talking and led them into the house. However, his vigilant eyes swept over Ron from time to time. This house was filled with a mysterious aura, and Ron secretly became vigilant. "Second miss? Who is this mister?" The old man led Catherine and Ron into the house. He closed the door and asked rudely with a frown, "Second miss, you have to know that outsiders are not welcome here." "Grandpa Joff, I was just about to tell you." Catherine smiled and told him everything that happened in the Salter family. "The commotion outside was caused by you?" The old man called Joff was a little shocked. "That means to say that you're all wanted by the Holy Roman Empire?" Catherine was one of the core members of the organization called Dark. The president of Dark was her sister, Juliana. If the kingdom of Ebbia hadn't been destroyed, Catherine and Juliana would still be noble princesses. But now, they had to live a life of hiding and wandering from place to place. Sometimes they even had to face unpredictable dangers. The Dark organization was founded by the descendants of the Holy Roman Empire's Ebbia royal family. Their goal was to restore Ebbia, to go against the powerful Holy Roman Empire. The pressure that Juliana and her sister faced was extraordinary. However, there were many people in Ebbia who cherished their homeland, and many of them secretly supported them. In addition, the Holy Roman Empire's rule was becoming more and more unpopular, so more and more people supported them. When they were in the Ebbia Empire, Joff was an old servant of the Ebbia royal family. He had watched the two sisters grow up since they were young, and they were closer than family. Catherine didn't want to hide it from him, so she could only nod. "Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Second miss, to tell you the truth, I have already received a message from the higher-ups. They asked me to pay close attention to your whereabouts. I also know that you acted without the president's orders. She also asked me to do my best to stop you, but you..." Sigh. Joff had a pained expression. The president he was referring to was Catherine's sister, Juliana. "Second miss, I don't want to criticize you, but you know what our organization is like. If we aren't careful, we will be wiped out. We are fine with it for the Empire, but the president and you..." Sigh. When Ron heard this, no matter how stupid he was, he understood what was going on. That's right, it didn't welcome him. He pondered for a moment and said, "I'm sorry for disturbing you. I will leave now." "Ron, don't go." Catherine panicked. She grabbed Ron's arm and shook her head with a pleading look on her face. Joff looked at Ron coldly. He didn't seem to want him to stay. He wanted this guy to leave as soon as possible. so he ignored Catherine's pleading look. Ron smiled. Catherine, it's nice to meet you. Everyone has their own difficulties. I can understand that. It's nothing. I hope we can still be friends when we meet again, Ron said as he gently shook off Catherine's hand and strode out of the door. Grandpa Joff. Catherine stomped her feet anxiously. At this moment, a middle-aged woman ran in anxiously. She looked flustered. She was Joff's wife. Catherine called her aunt. She anxiously said to Catherine and Joff, "Second miss, the president, she is here." "Sister is here?" Catherine jumped in fright. When she came back to her senses, she wanted to find a place to hide. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It's over, it's over. Sister, why are you here so quickly?" She searched the entire room and finally found an empty cupboard. She was about to hide in it. At this moment, a clear voice said coldly, "Stop hiding. Do you think I don't know you are here?" Ron had just stepped out of the door when he saw a beautiful woman slowly walking toward him. Her pretty eyes were cold, and her face was full of anger. The person who came was a tall beauty. Her blonde hair was slightly curly and hung down to her shoulders. She was wearing a red and white magician's robe. The front of the magician's robe was a short leather skirt, revealing a pair of snow-white thighs. She was wearing a pair of exquisite deerskin boots. She was like a beauty who walked out of a painting, perfect and flawless. But there was no trace of smile on her cold face, making her unapproachable. The person who came was the president of the dark organization, Juliana. When Ron saw the person who came, he could not help but be startled. "It's her!" Looking at the cold and beautiful face of the person who came, Ron was absent-minded. He was not shocked by the beauty of the person who came, but Ron knew this person. 7 years ago, it was this woman who came to Maple Leaf Town alone and was molested by several foreign mercenaries in the town. This woman did not say a word and directly burned these few rogue mercenaries to ashes. The power of magic shocked Ron. On that day, he made a vow to become a great magician in the future. From then on, Ron, who had the dream of becoming a magician, waited on the Maple Forest Ancient Road every day in order to seek an opportunity. But unfortunately, Ron later embarked on another path, the path of a necromancer. Because of this, Ron could not help but sigh at the fate of people. Juliana was also startled when she saw Ron coming out of the house. Of course, she did not recognize Ron. At that time, Ron was just a little beggar on the side. Chapter 60. Ron didn't have a good impression of this beautiful woman. He bowed slightly and said, "I'm sorry, Mississippi. I accidentally barged into this place. I'll leave now." "Leave?" Juliana smiled coldly. "Do you think you can still leave?" Was she going to silence him? Juliana's words stunned Ron. Ron frowned and said calmly, "What do you want?" Juliana didn't answer. She used her actions to express her intentions. She took out a magic staff from her space bag. The staff was golden in color and had a pornographic gem embedded at the top. The large ruby indicated that this was a gold-ranked magic staff. A magic staff used by a master-rank powerhouse was at least a middle-ranked magic staff. Even if it was a gold-ranked magic staff, it would be a sky-high prize for Ron. "Be careful, Ron. This woman has the strength of a master rank," Hamelin reminded. He then smiled slightly. "But don't worry, I can handle it." Although Hamelin said so, Ron didn't dare to let Grandpa Hamelin make a move. He used necromancy magic to control Ron's body and used a large amount of soul power. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into a deep sleep again. "No need, Grandpa Hamelin. I can handle it." Ron calmly took out a sky-blue rank bone staff from a space bag and coldly confronted Juliana. Just as a battle was about to break out in the small room, Catherine suddenly rushed out from the side and protected Ron behind her. She looked at her sister, who was almost 10 years older than her, with a pleading look in her eyes. "Sister, don't," Juliana coldly snorted. "Catherine, get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll beat you up too." "No, I won't. Sister, Ron is my savior," Catherine loudly said. "I don't care about your savior," Juliana coldly said. "Catherine, You know the rules of the organization. What we do can't be made public, especially in the Holy Roman Empire. Once it's exposed, we're all finished. This, sister, Catherine also knew the severity of the matter. She hesitantly looked at Ron. Juliana also looked at Ron. Her eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. If you're not a member of the organization, you'll die if you come in. Hearing the last sentence, Catherine's eyes lit up. Sister, you mean that as long as you're a member of the organization? Juliana was smart. She immediately understood her sister's meaning. She looked at Ron, bit her lips, and gently nodded. I can see that he's a necromancer. But as long as he's willing to join the organization, I'll consider it. Catherine turned around and pitifully said to Ron, Ron, you join our organization. I don't dare to promise you anything else, but at least I can guarantee you a high position and wealth. You won't have to worry about food and clothing. Abiya's royal family had many supporters. Juliana also had several small chambers of commerce under her. Most of the profits from these small chambers of commerce were handed over to the Dark Organization. Therefore, the Dark Organization didn't lack money. However, there were some things that couldn't be solved with money alone. Ron was silent for a moment. Looking at the pitiful eyes of this beautiful Catherine, he almost agreed. However, he felt that something was wrong. He suddenly didn't know what to do. The four people quietly looked at Ron. Among them, Juliana had a straight face and looked unwilling. Juliana coldly snorted. Although the Dark Organization was rich, their family business was also very big. She definitely didn't want to recruit a useless necromancer. If it weren't for Catherine, Juliana wouldn't be willing to spend this money. However, at this time, Hummelin's voice sounded at the right time. Ron, under the circumstances where you don't know the details of the other party, don't rashly agree to join any organization. You won't be able to escape from some pirate ship. Hearing Hummelin's advice, Ron instantly had some thoughts. He shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Catherine. I can promise you that I won't mention this matter to anyone. However, please forgive me for not accepting the matter of joining your organization. Ron's meaning was very clear. He rejected. Catherine's eyes were filled with disappointment. In her opinion, this necromancer Ron was definitely worth recruiting. Just the fact that he escaped from the hands of an advanced master was already not easy. Juliana was furious. She didn't think that a useless necromancer would dare to put on airs in front of her. She coldly sneered. Do you think you still have a choice? As she spoke, the gold-grade magic staff in her hand emitted a dark red light. Traces of flames climbed up her hand. Juliana's slender legs took a step forward. Her face was filled with coldness. You want to use force? I knew it would be like this. However, I'm not afraid of you. Ron coldly sneered in his heart. His hand tightened on the bone staff, and traces of soul energy quickly gathered. Joseph and his wife looked at the two in horror and quickly hid to the side. Ron and Juliana looked at each other. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. A great battle was about to break out. A useless necromancer actually dares to behave atrociously in front of me, Juliana. I'll immediately make you disappear from this world and turn you into ashes. Juliana coldly sneered. Come. Ron didn't shrink back. He was able to escape from the hands of an advanced master. Naturally, he didn't fear Juliana. Catherine anxiously said, Sister, Ron, don't. One was her sister, the other was her savior. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, she bit her cherry lips and suddenly pounced towards Juliana, who was close by. Juliana was about to cast her magic when she discovered that her sister had suddenly pounced on her. She jumped in fright. If she cast her magic, she was afraid that she would hurt her sister. Catherine hugged her sister, and Juliana's magic was naturally interrupted. Catherine anxiously said, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave. This sentence was naturally directed at Ron. Ron was also stunned by the scene in front of him. One big and one small beauty, hugging each other. What a beautiful pair of sisters. The little beauty anxiously urged him to leave. But the big beauty's expression was extremely ugly. Juliana struggled and scolded. Good. Catherine, you actually dare to protect a man. See if I don't break your legs. Juliana's words made Catherine's face turn red. She quickly grabbed her sister's hands and stamped her feet. Why aren't you leaving? Oh, oh, yes, yes. Ron wasn't stupid. He knew that it was time for him to leave. He responded and quickly walked out of the door. Like a wisp of smoke, he ran far away. Okay, your little lover also ran far away. Can you let me go now? After a while, Juliana snappily said, He. Catherine laughed awkwardly. She playfully stuck out her tongue and let go of her sister. She knew that her sister wasn't really angry. Juliana was still a little angry, especially because Catherine brought Ron to the organization. The place they were at looked like an ordinary house, but no one would have thought that this ordinary house was the contact point of the dark organization in St. Paul. The honest and ordinary Joe was actually the contact person of the dark organization. Catherine, do you know? If that Ron isn't a good person, he will betray us. After all, no one can guarantee that he won't be tempted by the high bounty offered by the Holy Roman Empire. Juliana said solemnly. Sister, Ron won't do that. Catherine said carefully. He's a necromancer. The Holy Roman Empire is also looking for him. Catherine told her what happened at the Salter family. It can't be. That necromancer is actually so powerful. Juliana had a look of disbelief. She widened her eyes and said, Catherine, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Catherine nodded. Maybe I really did see wrongly. Juliana sighed. Catherine shook her head and said, but I don't think he has any intention of joining our organization. Indeed, Juliana nodded in agreement. She glanced at Catherine and snorted coldly. Let's forget about this matter. But Catherine, how about you acting on your own and assassinating the head of the Salter family, Jalai? Catherine thought that her sister had already forgotten about this matter. She didn't expect her sister to bring it up now. Juliana said coldly, You're too daring. What kind of strength do you have? You actually dared to assassinate a master rank expert like Jalai. I think you're tired of living. Catherine didn't dare to lift her head from her sister's scolding. After a long while, she said softly, Didn't I want to avenge Father? Father. These two words exploded in Juliana's mind. She fiercely bit her lips. She no longer had the mood to lecture Catherine. Her father's greatest wish before he died was to restore the country. He had always worked hard to restore the glory of the Abia royal family. However, ever since he was chased out of the capital, he had never been able to fulfill his wish. Under the attack of the Holy Roman Empire's superior military strength, the pitiful resistance army was exhausted. The generals in the army were either dead or injured. The experts who were on good terms with him in the past either fell sick or went into seclusion to cultivate. In the end, not a single one of them could be found. Others didn't know, but Juliana knew in her heart that they were afraid of the Holy Roman Empire. To be more precise, they were afraid of the Holy See. Later on, the Ebian rebels went from being in the light to being in the dark. This marked the end of the days when they clashed head-on with the Holy Roman Empire. This organization was named Dark. Juliana would never forget that before her father died, he called her to his side when she was only 16 years old and personally handed over the leadership of the Dark organization to her. At that time, Juliana was only 16 years old and was already an intermediate mage. In the eyes of others, she was a 100% genius. Restore the country. This is my father's lifelong wish, but I can't do it. Juliana was a little sad. It's been 10 years. In these 10 years, things have changed a lot. If it was 10 years ago, there was still some hope. But 10 years later, with the Holy Roman Empire's political power in the local area becoming more and more stable, this goal is getting farther and farther away. Although Juliana was a little touched by Catherine's desire to avenge her father, she strongly disapproved of it. She knew that the goal of restoring the country couldn't be achieved by 1 or 2 assassinations. What was the key to restoring the country? The answer was that the experts, and not just ordinary experts, had to surpass the peak of all professions. Only with the help of the experts in the sacred domain could there be hope of success. Chapter 61. The Holy See was located on Mount Hygel. It was the Holy See's holy land and stretched for more than 100 miles. At the foot of Mount Hygel was the location of the holy capital. Every day, there was an endless stream of believers coming to worship. However, their range of activity was limited to the foot of Mount Hygel. They knelt down toward the mountain peak and recited the holy prayer. This was a common sight in the holy capital every morning. Search for the latest updates here. If they didn't have permission, they wouldn't be able to go up the mountain. This was because the mountain was where the important figures of the Holy Church lived. Other than the family members and guards of those important figures, no one could enter Mount Hygel without permission. The peak of Mount Hygel was not high, but it covered a vast area. The peak was covered with snow all year round. Even the hottest summer, the peak was still cold. The supreme ruler of the Holy See was the Pope. As the spokesperson of God Guangming in the human world, he had supreme power in name. However, this was only in name. In fact, his power was also restricted by the Council of Elders. The Council of Elders was the core power of the Holy See. Other than the Pope, there were a total of 8 elders. Within their scope of work, they had great power. Sometimes, even the Pope could not interfere. The Holy Code stipulated that if more than 6 elders jointly opposed, the Pope could even be dismissed. The 9 temples of the Holy See were located on the 9 peaks of Mount Hygel. There was a temple on each peak, and each temple had a temple master. The temples were where the elders lived and handled their daily affairs. The names of the 9 temples and their supreme rulers were the Temple of God's Prophecy, the spokesperson of God Guangming in the human world and the current Holy Pope, Ince, lived on the Temple of God's Prophecy Peak. The Temple of Judgment, the Temple Master Guangming, Judge Nord, had the power to interpret the Holy Code. He was also the most powerful elder on the Temple of Judgment. The Temple of Judgment, the Temple Master Guangming, Chief Judge Ivan, was one of the members of the Council of Elders. He had the power to judge heresy. Once a heresy was judged, it could never be changed on the Temple of Judgment. The head of the Hall of Honor was Boulder, the head of the Holy Knights. He was a member of the Council of Elders and was in charge of the core force of the Holy See, the Holy Knights. Hall of Order, Hall Master Guangming Magistrate Oliver, one of the members of the Elder Council. He was in charge of arresting and executing heretics convicted by the Hall of Judgment. He was in charge of the law enforcement agencies in various places. Order Peak. In the Hall of Redemption, the Hall Master was the priest Imina, a member of the Council of Elders. She was in charge of all the priests in the Holy See. Hall of Piety, Hall Master, Piety Army Commander Wharton, a member of the Council of Elders, in charge of the Holy Crusade at Piety Peak. Guardian Peak, Commander of the Palace Master's Guard Army, Helen, one of the members of the Council of Elders. He was in charge of the holy guards of the various churches, as well as all the guards of the Holy Capital and Mount Hygel. Hall of Faith, Hall Master, Archbishop Dokit, a member of the Council of Elders. He was in charge of the priests of the various churches in the Holy See. He had the most power, but his status was the lowest among the various halls. Peak of Faith. The Hall Masters of the 9 halls were all above the sacred domain. The Holy See had also become one of the most powerful churches in the Noah continent. It had 9 powerhouses in the sacred domain. In addition, there were 2 other halls in the Pope's Hall of God. They were the Hall of Sages and the Hall of Saintesses. The selection of the Holy Son and the Saintess was a major event in the Holy See every year. Because the Holy Son and the Saintess were the successors of the Pope, they would eventually become the Holy Son and the Saintess after many rounds of selection. Then, the real Pope would be chosen from the Holy Son or the Saintess. The Holy Son and the Saintess were selected from the boys and girls sent by the Holy Roman Empire and its vassal states. They were required to have the talent of the light element. Before succeeding the Pope, they had to remain virgins, regardless of whether they were boys or girls. In contrast to the Hall of Faith, the Hall of Sages and the Saintess had the least power. However, their status was extremely high, second only to the Pope. Except for the members of the Council of Elders, Everyone in the Holy See had to salute them when they saw them. Those who spoke rudely would be severely punished. Holy See, Hall of Elders. In a magnificent hall, a body was placed abruptly. The body was draped with a white flag of the Red Cross. More than 10 people were sitting in their seats with solemn expressions. On the ground was the body of the Holy Son, Guderian. A few days after his disappearance, Arian felt that something was amiss. He personally led a team into the dark forest. Unexpectedly, they found the bodies of Guderian and the others. It was a snowy day, and the bodies were well preserved. The Holy Son, Guderian, was still in the posture when he died. Guderian was once the Holy Son. His identity and status were worthy of the honor of wearing the holy flag. Standing next to him was Father Arian. He was the one who sealed Guderian's body in ice and snow and transported it to Mount Hygel. According to his rank, he was not qualified to participate in such a meeting. However, because he was a witness to everything at that time, the Pope made an exception. It really is a necromancer. An old man in his 40s or 50s carefully observed Guderian's body for a long time before he sighed and said, the person who spoke was the master of the Hall of Judgment, Guangming Inquisition Chief Ivanov. His strength had reached the level of a pornographic novel. He had reached the higher level of the sacred domain. He was only one step away from the peak. As a powerful person of the sacred domain, according to the classification of the paladin's strength, he had reached the level of a holy knight. Although he looked middle-aged, he was actually more than 100 years old. After becoming a powerful person of the sacred domain, one's lifespan would be greatly extended and they would be able to maintain their youth forever. Ivanov was no exception. Of course, eternal youth did not mean that they would not die. It was just that their appearance and body could maintain a relatively youthful state. Inquisition Chief Ivanov. How can you be so sure? An old man with a head full of white hair, whose age could not be determined, frowned as he asked. He was seated on a divine throne, and his face, which did not have many wrinkles, was filled with a solemn expression. He wore a white robe and a golden crown on his head. In his hand, he held a holy scepter that symbolized authority. He was Pope Ernst, a man who held even more authority than the emperor. Without the Holy Church's permission and the blessing of the Holy Scepter, even the Emperor of the Holy Empire couldn't ascend the throne. From this, one could see just how great the influence of the Holy Church was. Ivanov nodded. Everyone knew that Inquisition Chief Ivanov liked to be called Ivan, so those who knew him would automatically omit the last two words. Judging from Guderian's injuries, it is very likely that the one who killed him was a necromancer. The external wound on his shoulder looks like it was caused by a spear. I clearly remember that the necromancers described in the secret library of the Holy See had similar weapons called bone spears. Ivanov spoke tirelessly, and everyone listened carefully. No one questioned him. Everyone knew that Inquisition Chief Ivanov, who was in charge of the Inquisition Hall, was a person who read a lot of books. Your Majesty, Ivanov bowed deeply and said, with all due respect, if I'm not mistaken, the necromancers that we've met this time are not ordinary necromancers that we're familiar with. They're probably the legendary ancient necromancers. Ancient necromancer? No way. Ancient necromancer? Isn't that a legendary profession? It is said that the ancient necromancers had powerful combat power. Is this true? It should be. Otherwise, how could Guderian be killed? It could also be done by someone else. As soon as Ivanov finished his words, all the hall leaders began to whisper. Most of them had a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Quiet down. As the voices of the hall leaders became louder and louder, the voice of Pope Ernst rang out. He waved his hand, and the voices of the people in the hall quickly quieted down. The Pope's authority was very useful. At this time, Ernst glanced at Arian and said, Arian, tell me everything you have found out, including what you have heard and what you know. Yes, Your Majesty Pope. Arian was very excited. He forced himself to be alert and began his long narration. His voice echoed in the hall, and everyone in the hall listened carefully. No matter how slow Arian spoke, There was not a trace of impatience on his face. He really is a heretic. After everyone finished listening to Arian's narration, an old man stood up and said, "This old man had the head of a snake and the eyes of a rat. The noble and sacred robes on his body were very uncomfortable. He was Dokit, the Hall of Faith's Hall of Faith." He continued, "Your Majesty Pope, please allow me to cast these blasphemous heretics into hell." A beautiful young woman frowned. "Dokit, I don't think you should be so arbitrary. From the beginning until now, I have not heard of Arian seeing a necromancer with his own eyes. It is all hearsay, rumors, and suspicions. Based on these, isn't it a bit too hasty to determine that a person is a heretic?" The one who spoke was Imina, the priest of the Hall of Salvation. She was a relatively serious person. Father Arian was at a loss for words after being questioned by Imina. From the beginning to the end, Arian did not see that young man called Ron use necromancy with his own eyes. From his narration, he did not even see Ron with his own eyes. "Your Majesty, I still think that this is very wrong." Imina's first few sentences were directed at Arian, but the last sentence was directed at His Majesty. "Imina," Dokit's voice rose. "Then what about Guderian's death? There is no evidence to prove that Guderian's death is related to Ron. It can't even prove that it is related to necromancers." Imina did not back down. She was a person who stuck to her principles. In her opinion, without evidence, there was no way to convict someone. Dokit's face turned red with anger. He could not say a word. In his opinion, Imina's insistence on her principles was like arguing with him. Both of them glanced at His Majesty Pope, waiting for his decision. Pope Ernst was also in a difficult position. He trusted Arian's words, but Imina was right. It was very unfair to determine a person as a heretic without evidence. The Holy See, who had always prided itself on being impartial, had no reason to do such a thing. At this moment, a soldier of the Temple Knights hurried over and whispered a few words in Pope Ernst's ear. After hearing this, the Pope's face suddenly changed. "You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.